Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where tonight we'll journey through magical corridors, enchanted classrooms, and the peaceful grounds of the castle. Join us as we explore the wizarding world in a story designed to help you drift into a peaceful sleep. After our story concludes, you'll hear the gentle crackling of a common room fire to help you fall asleep. There will be no advertisements or interruptions, just the continuous, soothing sounds of flames to carry you into your dreams. Now take a deep breath, relax your mind, and let's begin our magical adventure. The embers in the Gryffindor common room fireplace crackled softly, sending dancing shadows across the stone walls as the afternoon sun began its gentle descent behind the distant mountains. A lazy trail of smoke curled upward from the hearth, carrying with it the comforting scent of apple wood and cinnamon the house elves had taken to adding spiced kindling during the autumn months, filling the tower with warmth and nostalgia. Most students had ventured outside to enjoy the rare Scottish sunshine, their distant laughter occasionally drifting up through the leaded windows like the song of faraway birds. This left the tower uncommonly quiet and still, wrapped in a peaceful solitude rarely experienced in the usually bustling heart of Gryffindor House. The plush crimson armchairs seemed to sigh with contentment in this tranquil moment, their velvet surfaces warmed by stray beams of golden light that filtered through the tall, arched windows and cast honeyed patterns across the ancient floorboards. Ginny Weasley sat cross-legged on the hearthrug, her copper hair glowing like burnished bronze in the firelight as she absently twirled her wand between her fingers. The polished rosewood caught the light with each rotation, leaving faint trails of golden sparkles in its wake. An enchantment she'd been perfecting for weeks, purely for the aesthetic pleasure it brought her. A worn copy of Quidditch Through the Ages lay open beside her, though her attention had drifted from its pages to the hypnotic dance of light from her wand. Neville Longbottom was nearby, perched on a wooden stool by the windowsill, his brow furrowed in concentration as he carefully misted a curious plant he'd placed in the waning sunlight, a rare, luminous frond, a gift from Professor Sprout for his exceptional work in herbology that term. Its pale blue leaves unfurled lazily in response to each gentle spray of water, reaching toward the golden rays with a subtle, almost imperceptible movement. Tiny droplets of moisture gathered at the tips of the fronds, refracting the light into miniature rainbows that danced briefly before disappearing. Neville's round face was alight with quiet joy as he tended to his botanical charge, his fingers moving with surprising grace for someone once known for his clumsiness. "Do you think it'll bloom soon?" asked a small voice from the corner. Olivia Hayes, a wide-eyed first year with dark curls that seemed perpetually tangled, peered curiously at Neville's plant from behind a worn copy of Magical Mediterranean Water Plants and Their Properties. She had arrived at Hogwarts with an eagerness that reminded many of Hermione Granger, though perhaps with a touch more wonder and a touch less intensity. Neville smiled kindly. "Not for another month, but when it does, the flowers glow like little blue stars. Professor Sprout says they used to light the corridors of ancient wizarding schools before they discovered how to enchant torches." Olivia's eyes widened with that particular brand of first-year fascination, the kind that made older students smile with fond remembrance of their own initial wonder at the magical world. "I wish I could see something like that now," she sighed, closing her book with a soft thump. "Everyone's outside, but it's too bright for me. I've got these awful headaches when it's sunny." Ginny looked up, her expression brightening with sudden inspiration. "We could explore instead, inside where it's dim and cool," She lowered her voice conspiratorially. Hogwarts always has something new to discover if you know where to look. Neville appeared momentarily hesitant. Years of mishaps had taught him caution, but Olivia's hopeful expression and Ginny's confident grin proved persuasive. He carefully placed his plant back on the windowsill, giving it one final mist before setting down his sprayer. Nothing dangerous, he stipulated, though there was a flicker of adventure in his eyes that hadn't been there in his earlier years at Hogwarts. The battle of the Department of Mysteries had changed him, revealed a courage he hadn't known he possessed. Ginny nodded solemnly, though her eyes twinkled. Just a little wonder. Besides, all the professors are supervising outside. We'll have the corridors to ourselves. As Olivia scrambled eagerly to her feet, Ginny moved toward the portrait hole, but paused as a strange shimmer caught her eye. There beside the largest bookshelf, a section of the stone wall seemed to ripple, like heat rising from sun-baked cobblestones. That's odd, she murmured, stepping closer. Has that always been there? Neville and Olivia joined her, peering curiously at the wall. It appeared perfectly ordinary at first glance. Ancient stone blocks, worn smooth by centuries of passing students. But when viewed from the corner of one's eye, there was definitely something unusual about it. It's breathing, whispered Olivia, reaching out a tentative hand. The moment her fingertips brushed the cool stone, a thin line of golden light appeared, tracing the outline of what was unmistakably a door. The three Gryffindors watched in astonishment as the light grew brighter, illuminating intricate patterns that swirled across the surface of the stone, lions that seemed to prowl and pounce, stars that twinkled and winked, feathers that drifted on unseen currents. I've never seen this before, breathed Neville, his usual caution momentarily forgotten in the face of such beautiful magic. And I've been in this common room for nearly 7 years. Ginny tilted her head thoughtfully. Fred and George never mentioned it either, and they knew every secret passage in the castle. She paused, then added with a soft smile, or at least they thought they did. Olivia, emboldened by the sense of discovery, pressed her palm flat against the door. The stone felt warm now, almost alive beneath her touch, and with a sound like a contented sigh, the wall melted away to reveal a narrow staircase spiraling downward. Soft golden light emanated from somewhere below, casting long shadows on the ancient stone steps. Should we? Olivia asked, already knowing the answer. The allure of discovery was too strong to resist, especially in a place like Hogwarts, where magic saturated every brick and beam. Ginny drew her wand, whispering Lumos, though the staircase hardly needed additional illumination. Neville followed suit, his expression a mixture of trepidation and determination. Side by side, the three Gryffindors stepped through the doorway and onto the first stone step. As the last of them crossed the threshold, the wall reappeared behind them with a soft whisper of stone against stone. They were committed now, for better or worse. Stay close, Ginny advised, taking the lead as they began their descent. The staircase curved gently, each step worn slightly concave in the center from countless footfalls across the centuries. But whose footfalls? The question hung unspoken in the air between them. Had other students discovered this passage over the years, or was it reserved for those with a particular need or quality? As they ventured deeper, Olivia noticed something peculiar. The steps. They're changing. She was right. With each turn of the spiral, the stone beneath their feet shifted subtly. First cool grey granite, then warm sandstone, then smooth marble veined with gold. The walls, too, were transforming, revealing different architectural styles from different eras of the castle's long history. "It's like we're walking through time," Neville murmured, trailing his fingers along a section of wall that now featured delicate Norman arches. Ginny nodded thoughtfully. Hogwarts was built over centuries, different parts by different founders and headmasters. Maybe this staircase connects them all somehow. As they continued their descent, the quality of light began to change as well. The golden glow gave way to a soft silver, reminiscent of moonlight filtering through cathedral windows. With each curve of the spiral, the illumination shifted again, first to a gentle amber that seemed to emanate from the stones themselves, then to a misty lavender that reminded Ginny of twilight in the Burrow's garden. Finally, most remarkably, it transformed into a gentle blue that reminded Olivia of starlight on snow, so pure and clear it almost sang with its own silent melody. The temperature cooled pleasantly with each step, not into a chill but into that perfect freshness that invigorates the lungs and clears the mind. The air took on a crisp, clean scent that made them all inhale deeply. Hints of parchment and ink, old leather-bound books, petrichor from rain-soaked gardens, and something indefinably magical that seemed to bypass their noses entirely and register directly in their minds as pure wonder. Neville thought he detected traces of night-blooming jasmine and moonflowers, while Ginny was reminded of the wind-swept Quidditch pitch at dawn. For Olivia, the scent carried echoes of her first experience with magic, the moment her Hogwarts letter had arrived, bringing with it the promise of a world she had only dreamed might exist. It was on the next turn that they encountered the first portrait, a serene-looking witch in medieval dress, her hands folded primly in her lap. Her frame was unlike the ornate gold that adorned most Hogwarts portraits. Instead, it was carved from a single piece of pale wood that seemed to flow like liquid around the edges of the canvas. Tiny runes were etched into the frame, glowing faintly with the same blue light that illuminated the stairwell. The background of the portrait shifted subtly as they watched, from a castle interior to a forest glade to a star-filled night sky, though the witch herself remained constant. Unlike most magical portraits at Hogwarts, she didn't immediately speak to them, or even move much beyond a gentle smile and a slight inclination of her head. The colors of her gown rippled softly, transitioning from deep midnight blue to the violet of early evening. "Hello," ventured Olivia politely, dropping into a small curtsy that her grandmother had taught her. "Can you tell us where this staircase leads?" The witch's smile deepened, creating a network of fine lines around her eyes that suggested centuries of similar expressions. She raised a slender finger to her lips in a gentle request for silence, then gestured with her other hand for them to continue downward. As she did so, Olivia noticed that the witch wore a ring bearing a symbol she recognized from history of magic, the mark of one of the earliest known magical archivists who had dedicated their lives to preserving wizarding knowledge during the darkest periods of Muggle persecution. "How curious," whispered Neville as they moved past, his eyes lingering on the portrait. "I've never seen a portrait act quite like that before. Most of them can't stop talking once you acknowledge them." "And did you notice her eyes?" murmured Ginny. "They seem to know us somehow." Olivia nodded. "I felt like she was looking at more than just, well, us. Like she could see something about us that we can't see ourselves. Perhaps they're guardians of sorts," suggested Ginny, glancing back over her shoulder at the witch, who was now watching their descent with an expression of gentle approval. Watching over the passage but not interfering, guiding rather than instructing. As they turned the next corner, they encountered another portrait, this one of an elderly wizard with a magnificent silver beard that seemed to shimmer with embedded stars. Like the witch, he merely smiled and nodded as they passed, though Olivia could have sworn she heard the faint sound of a kindly chuckle echoing in her mind rather than her ears. The next turn brought them to a small landing with a narrow window that, by all rights, should have looked out onto the grounds. Instead, they found themselves gazing at a night sky unlike any they had ever seen, impossibly vast and strewn with stars that formed unfamiliar constellations. "That can't be right," murmured Neville, peering out in confusion. "It's still afternoon outside." Olivia leaned closer to the glass, her breath fogging the pane. Maybe it's not a real window. Maybe it's showing us something else, somewhere else. Even as she spoke, the stars began to shift, rearranging themselves into new patterns. Without thinking, Olivia raised her hand and traced a shape in the air, the outline of a lion. To her astonishment, the stars responded, flowing and swirling until they formed a perfect celestial version of the Gryffindor crest. "How did you do that?" gasped Ginny. Olivia shook her head, as surprised as the others. "I just imagined it, and it happened." Experimentally, Neville extended his own hand, concentrating on the image of a flowering plant. The stars shifted once more, forming a delicate, blooming lily that seemed to gently sway in a cosmic breeze. Ginny laughed softly in delight. "It's responding to our thoughts, our feelings." She reached out her own hand, focusing intently, and the stars swirled into the shape of a phoenix, rising triumphantly. For several peaceful minutes they took turns creating constellations, each formation more elaborate than the last. The simple joy of creation filled the landing with a warm sense of camaraderie, their earlier questions temporarily forgotten in the face of such wondrous magic. Eventually, though, the pull of the unknown beckoned once more, and they continued their descent. The staircase grew wider now, the steps slightly shorter, making their journey easier and more pleasant. The walls here were lined with softly glowing orbs of light that shifted colors subtly, from pale lavender to gentle rose to soft azure, bathing the passage in a dreamy, tranquil illumination. As they rounded yet another curve, a faint melody reached their ears. A haunting, beautiful tune played on what sounded like a flute or pipe. The notes drifted up from somewhere below, beckoning them onward with their sweet, melancholy refrain. "Do you hear that?" whispered Olivia, though she knew they must. Neville nodded, his expression thoughtful. "It reminds me of something I can't quite remember." "It's lovely," murmured Ginny, "like a lullaby, but more ancient," finished Olivia. "Like it's always been here, just waiting for someone to listen." The music grew slightly louder as they continued downward, though it never became intrusive, just a gentle accompaniment to their descent. It seemed to match their pace perfectly, slowing when they paused to examine something interesting, quickening slightly when they hastened their steps. Then, abruptly, the staircase ended at a circular chamber with 7 doors arranged around its perimeter. Each door was identical, made of dark, polished wood with a simple brass handle, giving no clue as to what might lie beyond. The music had stopped. "Well," said Ginny after a moment of silence, "this is a problem." Neville approached the nearest door cautiously, examining it for any distinguishing features. "No markings, no signs. How are we supposed to know which one to choose?" Olivia turned slowly, taking in the entire chamber. The walls between the doors were covered in intricate carvings, scenes from wizarding history, magical creatures, astronomical charts, and symbols she didn't recognize. In the center of the ceiling was a mosaic of the 4 house crests, surrounding a larger emblem that she assumed must represent Hogwarts itself. I think, she began hesitantly, I think we're meant to choose based on what we're seeking. Neville looked at her curiously. What do you mean? Well, the staircase responded to our emotions, right? The windows showed us what we imagined. So maybe these doors lead to wherever we truly want to go. She turned to face her companions. What were you thinking about when we started down the stairs? What were you hoping to find? Ginny considered this, tapping her wand thoughtfully against her palm. I wasn't looking for anything specific. I just wanted adventure, I suppose. Something new. I was thinking about quiet places, admitted Neville. Somewhere peaceful to study my plants away from everyone else. Olivia nodded, and I was hoping to see something magical, something special that most first years don't get to experience. She looked around the chamber again. So maybe each door leads to something different for each of us. But there are 7 doors and only 3 of us, pointed out Ginny. Perhaps the others are for other seekers, suggested Neville. Or maybe they change depending on who's here. As they debated, Olivia noticed something strange about the floor. The smooth stone beneath their feet had begun to glow faintly, illuminating a pattern that hadn't been visible before. A series of concentric circles with various runes and symbols etched between them. Look, she whispered, pointing downward. As they watched, certain symbols began to glow more brightly than others, creating a path of light that led directly to one of the doors, the 3rd from where they had entered. I think that's our answer, said Ginny with a smile. Shall we? The chosen door opened at their approach, swinging inward silently to reveal what appeared to be an enormous library, but unlike any library they had ever seen. Instead of orderly shelves and tables, books floated gently through the air like colorful birds, occasionally alighting on cushioned pedestals or hovering obligingly at eye level for invisible readers. The ceiling was enchanted, much like the Great Hall, but rather than showing the sky outside, it displayed flowing rivers of text, poems, stories, and songs that streamed across the azure expanse in elegant, luminous script. Soft chairs and plush divans were scattered throughout the vast space, many occupied by what appeared to be more portraits. Witches and wizards from different historical periods, all reading or writing contentedly, occasionally exchanging a book or a nod of appreciation. The Library of Lost Thoughts, breathed Neville, reading from a plaque beside the door. The letters seemed to shift and rearrange themselves as he spoke, adding in elegant script beneath the title. For those who seek knowledge not found in ordinary tones, wisdom not taught in common classrooms, and dreams not bound by waking constraints. It's beautiful, whispered Olivia, watching as a leather-bound volume with silver clasps drifted past her shoulder, its pages gently fluttering like the wings of a butterfly. The book paused momentarily in its flight, as if acknowledging her appreciation, then continued on its meandering path through the air. As it turned, Olivia caught sight of moving illustrations on its pages, constellations that flowed and transformed, mapping not just the heavens as they were, but as they had been thousands of years ago, and as they would be millennia in the future. The very air in the library seemed charged with quiet purpose. It wasn't just the books that were alive with magic. The entire space hummed with an intelligent presence, as if the collective knowledge contained within had developed a consciousness of its own over the centuries. Dust motes danced in shafts of light that had no discernible source, forming patterns that looked almost like written words when glimpsed from the corner of one's eye. Neville reached out tentatively to touch one of the floating candles that provided the warm, gentle illumination throughout the vast space. His finger passed through the flame, without heat or pain, and the light rippled like water, sending rings of gold and amber spreading outward before settling back into its steady glow. Ginny stepped further into the room, gazing up at the flowing text overhead. I can't believe this has been hidden in Hogwarts all this time. Not even Hermione knows about it, I'm sure of it. As they ventured deeper into the library, they noticed that certain books seemed drawn to each of them, hovering hopefully nearby until acknowledged, like eager pets seeking attention from their favorite humans. The three Gryffindors exchanged amused glances as their literary entourages grew more persistent, gently bumping against shoulders or fluttering pages enticingly. A slender volume bound in green velvet practically nudged against Neville's arm until he finally took it, its covers warming slightly at his touch, as if pleased to be chosen. As he opened it, a gentle scent of rich soil and growing things wafted upward, and he found beautifully illustrated pages depicting rare magical plants he had never seen before, specimens thought to be extinct or mythical, rendered in such exquisite detail that the illustrations seemed to grow and breathe on the page. Tiny notations in various handwritings filled the margins, spanning centuries of observations from herbologists whose names he'd only read about in textbooks. One particular annotation, dated 1842, described a method for encouraging growth in moon seeds that Professor Sprout had long sought to rediscover. "This is incredible," he murmured, carefully turning pages that felt somehow both delicate and indestructible. "Some of these plants haven't been seen since Merlin's time." For Ginny, a book bound in what appeared to be dragon hide, shimmering with iridescent scales that changed color when viewed from different angles, made its way determinedly to her side. When she finally took it, the cover warmed beneath her fingers, and she could have sworn she heard the distant roar of a crowd cheering. Inside, it contained detailed accounts of historic Quidditch matches, spanning the entire history of the sport, complete with moving diagrams of famous plays and strategies that expanded into three-dimensional projections when she studied them closely. What fascinated her most was a section dedicated to the earliest female players, witches who had defied convention to excel in what had once been considered a wizard's game. Their stories were told in their own words, preserved somehow in this magical tome, voices from the past speaking directly to her about passion, perseverance, and the pure joy of flight. "Look at this," she breathed, showing the others a moving illustration of a 17th century witch performing what would later become known as the Wronski feint, centuries before Josef Wronski was born. History's got it all wrong. Avia found herself accompanied by a small, unassuming book with worn blue covers that seemed almost shy compared to the more flamboyant volumes that had chosen her friends. When she finally opened it, however, the pages glowed with a gentle inner light, and she discovered it contained stories of young witches and wizards throughout history, their first experiences with magic, their journeys to wizarding schools, their triumphs and challenges. Some names she recognized from her History of Magic textbook, but many were ordinary students whose stories had never made it into the official histories. It was as if the book had been written specifically for first years feeling overwhelmed by the magical world. A reminder that everyone, even the greatest wizards and witches, had once been precisely where she was now, standing at the threshold of a vast magical universe, simultaneously terrified and exhilarated. As she turned the pages, Olivia realized that the book was somehow responding to her specific worries and questions. When she lingered over a passage about a medieval witch who had struggled with transfiguration, Olivia's own most challenging subject, the text expanded to include detailed notes on how the girl had eventually mastered the skill through a unique visualization technique. Another section seemed to address her secret fear of flying lessons, with encouraging anecdotes from historically significant wizards who had shared the same anxiety before going on to accomplish great things. "It knows," she whispered, looking up at Ginny and Neville with wide eyes. "It knows exactly what I'm worried about." They settled into a cozy arrangement of chairs near a gently glowing crystal that provided perfect reading light, and for a time, simply enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere of the magical library. The only sounds were the soft rustle of pages turning and the occasional melodic hum of books communicating with one another as they drifted past. "I could stay here forever," sighed Olivia contentedly, curling deeper into her armchair. "It is rather perfect," agreed Neville, carefully examining a detailed illustration of a plant that appeared to be half flower, half butterfly. But Ginny, despite her evident enjoyment of her own book, had not forgotten the circumstances of their discovery. "We should probably start thinking about how to get back, though. We don't know how time passes in here compared to outside. It wouldn't do to miss dinner and have everyone searching for us." Her words had barely faded when a gentle chime sounded throughout the library, causing the books to flutter momentarily before resuming their serene floating. From somewhere unseen, the same melodic tune they had heard on the staircase began to play again. "I think that might be our cue," said Neville, reluctantly closing his book. As if in confirmation, their 3 volumes gently tugged themselves from their hands and drifted upward to join their fellows in their aerial dance. At the same time, a new door appeared in the wall nearby, one that certainly hadn't been there when they entered. "Curiouser and curiouser," murmured Ginny, rising from her seat. The new door was different from the others, lighter in color, with an ornate golden handle shaped like a quill. It swung open as they approached, revealing not the circular chamber they had expected, but a different staircase, this one wider and spiralless, ascending gently upward. "Do you think it leads back to the common room?" asked Olivia, hopefully. "Only one way to find out," replied Ginny, stepping through the doorway. This new passage was markedly different from the one that had brought them down. Where the descending staircase had been cool and mysterious, this one was warm and welcoming. The steps were carpeted in rich crimson, muffling their footfalls, and the walls were lined with cheerful portraits of what appeared to be former Gryffindors, students and professors alike, all of whom smiled and nodded encouragingly as the trio passed. Soft golden light suffused the stairwell, growing gradually brighter as they climbed higher. The air became warmer too, carrying the familiar scent of the Gryffindor common room, parchment and ink, the polish used on the wooden tables, and the faint, pleasant mustiness of old books. "We're definitely heading back to the tower," confirmed Neville after they had climbed for several minutes. "I recognize that portrait. It used to hang near the boys' dormitory stairs." Indeed, the distinguished-looking wizard in question tipped his pointed hat to Neville as they passed, his eyes twinkling with what might have been recognition. As they neared what they presumed was the top of the staircase, Olivia turned to her companions. "Do you think we'll be able to find it again? The hidden door, I mean." Ginny smiled thoughtfully. "Hogwarts has a way of showing you what you need, when you need it. I have a feeling the staircase might appear again someday, though perhaps not in the same place, or leading to the same destination." "That's both wonderful and frustrating," observed Neville with a quiet laugh. "But I suppose that's Hogwarts for you, never quite the same twice." A few more steps brought them to a final door, simple oak with a brass handle shaped like a lion's paw. It opened at Ginny's touch, revealing the familiar comfort of the Gryffindor common room, exactly as they had left it. The fire still crackled in the grate, Neville's plant still basked on the windowsill, and Olivia's book still lay closed on the table where she had left it. Most surprisingly, the golden afternoon light still streamed through the windows at exactly the same angle as when they had departed. "We haven't been gone any time at all," marveled Neville, consulting his watch to confirm. "Not a single minute has passed." As they stepped back into the common room, the door closed softly behind them, then melted seamlessly back into the wall, leaving no trace of its existence. Olivia ran her fingers over the stone, finding it solid and ordinary once more. "Do you think anyone would believe us if we told them?" she asked quietly. Ginny exchanged a look with Neville, then smiled at the first year. "Some would, others wouldn't. But that's not really the point, is it?" Olivia considered this, then slowly shook her head. "No, I suppose not. It was special because it was ours. Our discovery, our adventure." "Exactly," agreed Neville, returning to his plant with a new appreciation for the magic of ordinary things. "Though I wouldn't mind finding that library again someday. There was a section on aquatic plant propagation that I barely got to look at." Ginny laughed, flopping back into her favorite armchair. "Of course that's what you'd remember, Neville Longbottom." As the three settled back into their afternoon activities, the common room seemed somehow different. Not physically changed, but imbued with new possibility. Every shadow might conceal a door, every wall might open to reveal a new passage. Every ordinary moment might transform into an extraordinary discovery. For Olivia Hayes, it was confirmation of what she had hoped upon receiving her Hogwarts letter. That magic was not just about spells and potions, but about wonder and mystery and the joy of discovery. That sometimes the greatest adventures began not with a bang or a flash, but with a quiet moment of curiosity and the courage to step through an unknown door. Outside, students began to trickle back into the castle as the afternoon waned, their voices echoing up the stairwells and through the corridors. Soon the common room would be bustling again with homework and gossip and the 100 small dramas of school life. But for now, in the peaceful lull before the rush, 3 Gryffindors shared a secret smile, guardians of a mystery that belonged to them alone. The secret of a staircase that led everywhere and nowhere, appearing only when needed and vanishing when its purpose was fulfilled. Their bond, already forming through their shared house, had deepened in those magical hours, through the alchemy of shared wonder. As the common room began to fill with returning students, their voices bright with stories of the day's outdoor adventures, Olivia noticed something peculiar about her book. Magical Mediterranean water plants and their properties. When she opened it again, she found that a thin, shimmering bookmark now rested between the pages. Made of what appeared to be spun silver, it was engraved with the same symbol they had seen on the ring worn by the portrait in the stairway. When she touched it, a feeling of warm reassurance washed over her, and she knew without being told that it was a token of the library, a promise that those who had found their way once could find it again when truly needed. A quick glance at Neville and Ginny confirmed that they had received similar tokens. Neville's a small copper trowel that hung from a chain around his neck, and Ginny's a tiny golden feather tucked behind her ear. Neither had been there before their adventure, yet now they seemed so natural that no one else even remarked upon them. That evening, as stars appeared in the enchanted ceiling of the great hall during dinner, Olivia found herself looking up with new appreciation. The constellations seemed to wink at her knowingly, as if they remembered her touch from the magical window on the staircase. The castle itself felt different too, not just a school now, but a living entity with secrets and gifts for those patient and brave enough to discover them. And somewhere deep within the ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle, other passages waited. Other doors stood ready to open for those with the heart to seek them and the courage to step through. Staircases that climbed to towers not seen from the grounds below, corridors that connected distant centuries, rooms that appeared only during certain phases of the moon, or when the right words were whispered to seemingly ordinary walls. For that was the true magic of Hogwarts, not just what was taught in its classrooms, but what was discovered in its hidden places, where wonder and wisdom awaited those brave enough to find them. Later that night, as she drifted towards sleep in her four-poster bed, Olivia thought she heard the faint, sweet notes of the mysterious melody from the staircase, playing softly at the very edge of hearing. It sang of secrets kept and secrets shared, of mysteries solved and mysteries yet to unfold, of a castle that had stood for 1,000 years and would stand for 1,000 more, slowly revealing its wonders to those who called it home. On the very edge of sleep, she made a promise to herself, to remain alert to the castle's magic, to look beyond the obvious, to remember that sometimes the greatest adventures began with the smallest observations. A shimmer in a stone wall. A book that seemed to find you rather than the other way around. A staircase that wasn't there until you needed it to be. Olivia gazed into the dancing flames of the common room fire the next afternoon, already wondering when the next adventure might begin. In a castle like Hogwarts, after all, one never had to wait very long. And as if in answer to her unspoken question, she noticed a faint golden glow emanating from behind a tapestry she'd passed 100 times before, one that depicted a forest scene with a winding path leading into the distance. With a smile, she closed her book and stood up. It was time to find Ginny and Neville again. Hogwarts was calling, and new secrets waited to be found. The Hogwarts library settled into its nightly hush as the last echoes of students' footsteps faded from its worn stone floors. Sunset had long since surrendered to evening, and now only a handful of dedicated readers remained, scattered among the towering shelves like forgotten bookmarks in ancient tomes. Hermione Granger sat alone at her favorite table near the restricted section, surrounded by stacks of parchment and open books, their pages illuminated by the gentle glow of enchanted candles that floated overhead. The light from these candles was unlike ordinary flame. It never flickered harshly or cast jumping shadows, but instead produced a steady, amber warmth that seemed to caress the pages rather than merely illuminate them. Dust motes danced lazily in the golden beams, spinning slow, dreamy patterns in the still air. The scent of parchment, leather bindings, and the subtle hint of beeswax from the candles created an atmosphere of timeless tranquility that Hermione treasured above almost all else at Hogwarts. Outside the tall arched windows, stars had begun to appear in the velvet darkness, tiny pinpricks of silver light mirrored in the dark surface of the lake below. Occasionally the giant squid would breach the surface, creating gentle ripples that made the reflected stars dance and shimmer before settling back into their celestial patterns. Hermione sighed contentedly as she finished another paragraph in her Transfiguration essay. With most students already retired to their common rooms, the library had become her private sanctuary. The only sounds were the occasional rustling of pages, the distant hooting of owls from the direction of the owlery, and the soft creaking of the ancient bookshelves as they settled into the night. Madame Pince had reluctantly granted Hermione special permission to remain past the usual closing time, knowing the girl's reverence for books matched her own. "Just another half hour," the librarian had said with unusual leniency, "and please ensure the candles are extinguished properly when you leave." Hermione had nearly completed her work when she heard an unfamiliar sound, something between a sigh and a whisper, emanating from a secluded corner of the library she'd never fully explored. She paused, quill hovering above parchment, and listened intently. There it was again, a gentle shuffling, like pages turning without a hand to guide them. Curiosity, that most persistent of academic companions, overcame her momentary hesitation. Setting down her quill carefully beside her nearly completed essay, Hermione rose from her chair and moved quietly toward the source of the sound. Her footsteps were almost silent on the ancient stone floor, years of library visits having taught her how to move without disturbing the hallowed quiet of the space. The sound led her past the history section, beyond magical creatures, and into a dusty, shadowed alcove she'd somehow never noticed before, despite her countless hours spent exploring the library's labyrinthine shelves. Here, the bookcases were made of darker wood, and the titles embossed on the spines were faded to the point of illegibility. Spider webs glistened with silvered dew in the corners, undisturbed for what might have been centuries. And there, on a small pedestal carved with runes she couldn't quite decipher in the dim light, sat a book unlike any she'd seen before. It was neither exceptionally large nor particularly ornate, bound in faded burgundy leather that had once perhaps been Gryffindor scarlet, with no title visible on its worn spine or cover. Yet something about it seemed to pulse with a subtle energy, drawing her closer as if by gentle magnetic pull. Hermione hesitated, her hand halfway extended. Years at Hogwarts had taught her caution around unfamiliar magical objects, particularly those that seemed to act of their own accord. Yet the book emanated no sense of malice or darkness, quite the opposite. There was something almost welcoming about its presence. "Revelio," she whispered, drawing her wand and casting the spell that would reveal any hidden enchantments. A soft golden glow briefly outlined the book, warm and gentle rather than the harsh red that would have indicated dark magic. Satisfied that it was safe, or at least not immediately dangerous, Hermione carefully lifted it from its pedestal. It was lighter than she expected, as if the pages inside were made of silk rather than parchment. The cover warmed slightly at her touch, like a living creature responding to gentle handling. Returning to her table with her curious find, Hermione carefully opened the book to its first page. At first, it appeared blank, just cream-colored parchment, slightly yellowed with age, but otherwise unmarked. But as she watched, ink began to appear, flowing across the page as if an invisible hand were writing with elegant, flowing script. "Welcome, curious mind. What knowledge do you seek tonight?" Hermione gasped softly, nearly dropping the book in surprise. She'd encountered magical books before, of course. Hogwarts was full of them, but never one that seemed to address her directly. It reminded her uncomfortably of Tom Riddle's diary, yet the feeling it evoked was entirely different. Where that dark artifact had felt cold and somehow hungry, this book radiated warmth and patience, like a wise grandparent waiting for a question. Hesitantly, she reached for her quill, then paused. The book hadn't asked her to write in it, merely posed a question. Perhaps it would respond to speech. "Who are you?" she whispered, feeling slightly foolish talking to a book, despite her years in the magical world. The ink faded, swirling into the parchment like water into sand, before new words formed. "I am memory and wisdom preserved. I am questions answered and secrets kept. I have been many things to many seekers, but tonight I am simply yours to discover." This cryptic response, while not exactly the straightforward answer Hermione might have preferred, lacked the ominous tone she'd feared. Instead, it felt almost playful, like the start of a gentle puzzle or game. "What kind of secrets do you keep?" she asked, her academic curiosity now fully engaged. The ink swirled again, reforming into new text. Stories forgotten by most but worthy of remembrance. Tales of courage in quiet moments. The kind of magic that lives in hearts rather than wands. But I do not give my secrets freely. They must be earned through curiosity and care. Hermione was so engrossed in this unexpected exchange that she didn't notice the approaching footsteps until a familiar voice broke the silence. "Blimey, Hermione, are you still at it? It's nearly curfew." She looked up to find Ron Weasley standing beside her table, his red hair tousled and his school robes slightly askew as if he'd been running. Behind him stood Harry Potter, his glasses reflecting the candlelight as he glanced curiously at the book in her hands. "What's that?" Harry asked, sliding into the seat across from her. "I don't think I've seen that textbook before." Hermione hesitated. "It's not exactly a textbook. I found it in a corner of the library. I've never noticed before. It seems to be enchanted. It responds when I ask it questions." Ron's eyebrows shot up and he took a small step back. "Like Riddle's diary? Hermione, have you lost your mind?" She shook her head firmly. "No, it's nothing like that. There's no dark magic here, I checked. It feels different, kind somehow." Harry, ever the more daring of the two boys, leaned forward to peer at the book. "What has it told you so far?" "Not much," Hermione admitted. "Just riddles and poetic responses. But it said it keeps secrets and stories. Things forgotten, but worth remembering." As if responding to her summary, new words appeared on the page. 3 seekers now where there was 1. The circle widens, the story can begin. Ron, who had cautiously moved closer to read over Hermione's shoulder, let out a soft whistle. "Well, it knows we're here. That's not creepy at all." Hermione turned the page, curious to see if the book would continue. The next page held a detailed illustration of the Hogwarts castle at sunset, but not quite as they knew it. Certain towers were missing, while others appeared that didn't exist in their time. Below the illustration, words formed. "I once belonged to a student who walked these halls when the stones were newer and the pathways different. Her name is lost to most records, but her deeds deserve remembrance." "It's about a former student," Harry said, now fully intrigued. "A girl, from the sounds of it." Hermione nodded, turning to the next page. This one showed the Gryffindor common room, rendered in such perfect detail that they could almost feel the warmth of its fireplace. Students in slightly outdated robes sat in familiar chairs or bent over tables laden with books. One figure was highlighted with a subtle golden glow, a girl with dark hair pulled back in a simple braid, her face bent intently over what appeared to be a journal. Eleanor was her name, though her friends called her Ellie. She came to Hogwarts in 1831, when times were different but the magic just as wondrous. 1831, Hermione breathed. "That's over a century and a half ago." Ron shrugged. "Not that old by wizarding standards. My great-great-grandfather would have been at Hogwarts around then." Harry pointed to the golden-lit figure. "So this Eleanor, she owned this book or wrote it?" Hermione carefully turned to the next page, where the ink was already forming. "Both and neither. I was her journal, her confidant, her project. She imbued me with memory and purpose before she left these halls. But to understand why, you must follow her story, page by page." The next illustration showed the Hogwarts grounds in winter, snow blanketing the landscape and ice extending across most of the lake. A group of students were skating on the frozen surface, laughing and casting spells that created ribbons of colored light in their wake. Winter of 1834, her 4th year, the coldest in living memory. The lake froze solid for 3 months, and even the giant squid retreated to the deepest waters. "This is fascinating," Hermione murmured, "but I don't understand why the book is showing us this." Ron had gradually lost his skepticism and now leaned closer, genuinely interested. Maybe we need to ask more specific questions, like in those detective novels my dad keeps in the shed. Harry nodded. Good idea. Let's ask Hermione, ask it why Eleanor created this book in the first place. Hermione directed her question to the open page. Why did Eleanor create you? What was your purpose? The illustration of the winter scene rippled and changed, transforming into one of the Hogwarts library, not so different from where they sat now, though the candlesticks were different and the tables arranged in a slightly altered configuration. Eleanor sat alone at a corner table, surrounded by books on advanced charms and magical theory. To preserve what might otherwise be forgotten, to ensure that courage, once shown, would not fade entirely from memory, even if official records failed to note it. Courage, Harry repeated, his interest growing. Was she some kind of hero? The book's response came more slowly this time, the ink flowing across the page with deliberate care, not in ways that history typically records. There are heroes whose names are never written in textbooks, whose victories leave no visible monuments. Eleanor understood this better than most. The illustration shifted again, showing Eleanor slightly older now, perhaps in her 6th year, standing beside a bookshelf with a finger pressed thoughtfully to her lips as she examined the titles before her. What was she looking for? Hermione asked softly. A spell long forgotten, or perhaps deliberately obscured. One that would allow a memory to be preserved not as a mere record of events, but as an experience that could be shared across time. Like a pensieve, Harry suggested. Similar in purpose, but different in execution. A pensieve holds memories that can be viewed. Eleanor sought to create memories that could be felt, emotions and sensations preserved alongside the images and facts. Ron frowned slightly. That sounds like complicated magic. Incredibly so, Hermione agreed, her eyes alight with intellectual fascination. The theoretical challenges alone would be... Harry cleared his throat gently, bringing them back to the matter at hand. But why? What memory was so important to preserve this way? In response, the book's pages began to turn of their own accord, faster now, showing glimpses of Eleanor over her years at Hogwarts, studying in the common room, practicing spells in an empty classroom, collecting ingredients in the greenhouses, writing late into the night by candlelight. Finally, the pages settled on an illustration showing Eleanor as they hadn't seen her before. Hair disheveled, face tense with determination, wand gripped tightly in her hand, as she stood in a corridor they didn't immediately recognize. The night of March 15, 1835, the night when courage was required and found. The three friends exchanged glances. "What happened that night?" Hermione asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Instead of the flowing script they had grown accustomed to, the book now presented what appeared to be diary entries, Eleanor's own words, preserved across the decades. March 15, 1835. It happened so quickly I scarcely had time to think. I was returning from the astronomy tower, having stayed after class to discuss the Jupiter alignment with Professor Fairlow. The corridors were empty. It was well past curfew, but I had a written pass. I heard it first, a low, guttural sound unlike anything I had encountered before. Then the screaming began, coming from the direction of the East Wing. Everyone knows that wing is rarely used since the renovations began last autumn. I should have run for a teacher, I know this, but the screams, they were a first year's screams. I recognized the voice, little Arabella Hayes, a Hufflepuff who often studies near me in the library. I ran toward the sound, wand drawn, heart pounding so loudly I feared it would betray my approach. The corridor was dark, just a few guttering torches casting more shadows than light, and there it was, a creature that had somehow breached the castle's defenses. I recognized it from Professor Kettleburn's descriptions, a juvenile Grafjawn that must have wandered in from the mountains. A Gryffindor? Ron interrupted, his eyes wide. Those are incredibly dangerous. Their hide repels most spells, and they're strong enough to kill a troll. Hermione nodded grimly. Even a juvenile would be extremely dangerous. They returned their attention to Eleanor's account. The creature had Arabella cornered, its massive, tentacled face swaying just feet from her. The poor child was frozen in terror, pressed against the wall with nowhere to run. I knew the standard defensive spells would be useless against a Grafhorn's spellgrism hide. In that moment, I recalled something Professor Kettleburn had mentioned in passing, that Grafhorns, despite their ferocity, are severely photosensitive. Their eyes, adapted for the dim mountain valleys they inhabit, cannot tolerate intense light. I had just mastered the advanced Lumos Maxima variation last week, Lumos Solaris, capable of producing light as bright as midday sun. Without further thought, I cast it directly at the creature's face. The illustration that accompanied this text showed the scene described, Eleanor, her wand raised high, casting a spell that sent forth a burst of blinding light, while the Grafhorn reared back, its tentacled face contorted in what could only be pain. The light erupted from my wand with an intensity I hadn't anticipated. The corridor blazed as though the sun itself had descended into Hogwarts. The Grafhorn emitted a terrible shriek and reared backward, disoriented and in pain. I grabbed Arabella and pulled her behind me, maintaining the light with every ounce of concentration I possessed. Slowly we edged away from the creature, which was now thrashing blindly, its powerful limbs gouging chunks from the stone walls. When we reached the junction with the main corridor, I finally heard the sound of running footsteps, Professors Kettleburn and Merrythought drawn by the commotion. "Get the child to safety," Professor Kettleburn shouted to me. "We'll handle the Grafhorn." I didn't wait to be told twice. With Arabella clutching my robes, we ran to the hospital wing, where Madame Holloway treated her for shock and minor injuries. The next page showed Eleanor sitting beside a hospital bed, holding the hand of a small, pale girl with blonde hair, presumably Arabella. I stayed with her until she fell asleep. She's so very small. It's easy to forget how young the first years truly are until you see them vulnerable like that. Before she drifted off, she asked me, "How did you know what to do? Weren't you scared?" The truth is, I was terrified. But in that moment, fear mattered less than the fact that someone needed help I could provide. Harry was nodding slowly. "That's real bravery. Not the absence of fear, but acting in spite of it." "But what happened next?" Ron asked. "Surely she got some recognition for this, points for Gryffindor at the very least." The answer appeared on the next page. March 16th, 1835. This morning I was called to Headmaster Rosemont's office. The professors were already there, Kettleburn, Merrythought, and my head of house, Professor Winterbourne. I expected perhaps a minor scolding for not seeking help before intervening, balanced with some acknowledgement of the outcome. Instead, the headmaster informed me that the entire incident was to be suppressed. The Board of Governors, he explained with evident discomfort, cannot have it known that a dangerous creature breached the castle's defenses and nearly killed a student. The political ramifications would be severe, particularly with the current ministry attitude toward Hogwarts. Professor Winterbourne protested, arguing that while the breach itself might be downplayed, my actions at least deserved recognition. The headmaster would not be moved. The incident cannot be recognized because officially it never occurred, he said with finality. Miss Byrne, you will speak of this to no one. Your courage is commendable, but this matter is now closed. And so it seems I am to be a hero without a story. Arabella knows, of course, as do the professors present, but no one else will ever hear of what transpired in that dark corridor. That's horribly unfair, Hermione said indignantly. She saved another student's life. Politics, said Harry grimly. Some things never change, do they? The book continued with Eleanor's entries. March 20, 1835. Arabella sought me out in the library today. She brought me a small token, a beautiful quill made from a phoenix feather. It's not much, she whispered, but I wanted you to have something to remember that night by. Even if no one else knows, I'll never forget what you did. Her kindness moved me deeply, but it also crystallized something I've been pondering since that night. How many other acts of courage, kindness, or sacrifice have occurred within these walls over the centuries, only to be forgotten? History remembers the grand gestures, the famous names, the battles and treaties. But what of the quiet heroism that leaves no mark in official records? The following pages detailed Eleanor's growing obsession with this question and her research into magical methods of memory preservation. The illustrations showed her poring over ancient texts in the restricted section, experimenting with charms in empty classrooms, and finally, in her 7th year, beginning work on the very book they now held. May 3rd, 1838. After months of experimentation, I believe I've found the solution. Not a pensieve, which merely stores memories for viewing, nor a standard enchanted book, which can only respond in predetermined ways. What I've created is something between the two, a repository for memories that can interact with the reader, sharing not just the facts of events, but the emotions and sensations that accompanied them. The charm combines elements of memory extraction with aspects of portrait enchantment, allowing the book to develop a limited consciousness drawn from my own experiences and knowledge. It will not be truly sentient, but it will possess enough awareness to guide readers through its contents in a meaningful way. Tonight, I will complete the final enchantment, binding my memories of that night with the graphorn and, more importantly, the understanding I gained from it, into these pages. Perhaps someday someone will find this book and learn that heroism needs no monument to matter. The final entry appeared more slowly, the ink forming with deliberate care. June 10, 1838. My time at Hogwarts draws to a close. 7 years that have shaped me in ways I could never have anticipated when I first passed through those great doors, a nervous 11-year-old clutching a new wand. Tomorrow I leave this book in its hiding place, charmed to reveal itself only to those who might benefit from its message. Not a dramatic tale of good versus evil, not a sweeping historical account, just the story of one ordinary moment when courage was needed and found. If you are reading this, then the book has chosen you for some reason. Perhaps you too stand at a crossroads where courage is required. Perhaps you have acted heroically but gone unrecognized. Or perhaps you simply needed to be reminded that throughout history, in corridors and classrooms, by lake shores and in common rooms, students just like you have faced their fears and chosen to act with courage and compassion. These moments matter. They have always mattered. And while they may not all be recorded in Hogwarts a history, they are woven into the very stones of this castle, part of the legacy each of us leaves behind. Remember this when your moment comes. Eleanor Byrne, Gryffindor House, Class of 1838. As they finished reading the final entry, The three friends sat in thoughtful silence. Outside the library windows, night had fully claimed the sky, and the stars reflected brilliantly on the dark surface of the lake. The enchanted candles had burned lower, their golden light softer now, creating a cocoon of warmth around the table where they sat. "I've never heard of her," Hermione finally said, her voice tinged with sadness. "I've read so many books about Hogwarts history, but there's not a mention of Eleanor Byrne or the Gryffindor incident." "That was rather the point, wasn't it?" Harry said gently. "It was deliberately kept quiet, and she knew her actions would go unrecognized in official accounts." Ron nodded, uncharacteristically thoughtful. "But she made sure it wouldn't be completely forgotten. She found a way to preserve it for students like us to discover." Hermione carefully turned back through the pages, studying the illustrations of Eleanor from her early years at Hogwarts through to her final days as a seventh year. "I wonder what happened to her after she left school, what kind of life she led." As if in response to her question, the book's pages began to glow softly, and new text appeared. Eleanor Byrne became a respected magical researcher, specializing in the preservation and transmission of magical knowledge. Her work on memory charms led to significant improvements in pensieve technology. She never married, but maintained a lifelong friendship with Arabella Hayes, who became a healer at St. Mungo's. Eleanor passed away in 1912 at the age of 92, surrounded by students and colleagues who admired her greatly, though none knew of her encounter with the Gryffindor during her Hogwarts years. "She had a good life," Harry said with satisfaction, "and she made a difference, even if not in the way she might have expected as a student." Hermione nodded, then gasped softly as she noticed something changing on the page before them. The illustration of Eleanor in the library was shifting, the perspective widening to reveal more of the room. And there, at a nearby table barely visible in the background of the original image, sat a girl with bushy hair bent over a large book, a quill in her hand. That's me," Hermione whispered. "How is that possible? This book was created over a century ago." The text below the image changed as well. "The magic I wove into these pages was designed to connect across time, to show not just what was, but what would be. I glimpsed shadows of future readers, though your faces were unclear to me then. Now that you have shared in my memory, you too have become part of this book's story, a thread in its continuing narrative." Ron squinted at the image. "Is that us as well? Look, in the corner." Indeed, at a table partially hidden by a bookshelf, two boys who bore striking resemblances to Harry and Ron could be seen playing what appeared to be wizard chess, occasionally glancing over at the bushy-haired girl with expressions of fond exasperation. Harry laughed softly. Some things really don't change, do they? As they watched, the illustration continued to expand, revealing other students from their era. Neville consulting a herbology text, Luna reading a book upside down, Ginny practicing wand movements under the table. All of them existing in the same space Eleanor had occupied more than a century and a half earlier, connected across time by the shared experience of Hogwarts. "It's like we're all part of the same story," Hermione said wonderingly. "Different chapters, but the same book." New words formed below the expanded illustration. "That is precisely what I hope to convey. Hogwarts is more than stone and spell. It is a continuous tapestry of lives and moments, woven together across centuries. The courage you show today may inspire someone 100 years from now, just as you have been moved by a tale from the past. My story is now your story as well. What will you add to the tapestry?" The three friends exchanged glances, each silently reflecting on this question. What would future students discover about their time at Hogwarts? Which of their actions would be recorded in history books, and which would be preserved only in enchanted objects like this, or in the memories of those whose lives they touched? I think, Harry said slowly, that Eleanor would be pleased to know that students are still finding moments to be brave, even if no one's watching, that her message wasn't lost. Hermione nodded, gently closing the book. As she did so, she noticed a small symbol embossed on the back cover that she hadn't seen before. A phoenix feather crossed with a wand, outlined in faded gold. I wonder if there are other books like this hidden throughout the library, other stories preserved by students who wanted their experiences to live on. If there are, Ron said with a yawn, I'm sure you'll find them all eventually, but maybe not tonight? It's got to be well past curfew by now. Hermione started, suddenly remembering the time. Oh, Madam Pince will be furious. I promised I'd be finished half an hour ago. As if summoned by the mention of her name, the librarian appeared at the end of the aisle, her thin face set in its usual severe expression. Miss Granger, I believe I was quite clear about the time limit of your extended privileges. I'm so sorry, Madam Pince, Hermione began, quickly gathering her parchment and quills. We lost track of time. We were just reading... But the librarian's attention had shifted to the book that still lay on the table between them. Her stern expression softened almost imperceptibly. Ah, I see you've found the Burn volume. I wondered when it might choose to reveal itself again. The three friends stared at her in surprise. You know about this book? Hermione asked. Madam Pince almost smiled, an expression so rare that Ron later claimed he must have imagined it. I am the librarian, Miss Granger. It is my business to know every book in this library, even those that prefer to remain hidden most of the time. She reached out and carefully lifted the book from the table, her touch as gentle as if handling a wounded bird. Eleanor Byrne's creation has appeared to a select few students over the generations, usually those who, like herself, understand that not all courage receives recognition. She glanced at Harry, who shifted uncomfortably under her knowing gaze. The book seems to have a particular affinity for Gryffindors, though it has occasionally chosen readers from other houses as well. What will happen to it now? Harry asked, watching as the librarian cradled the book with unexpected tenderness. It will return to its resting place until it chooses to reveal itself again, Madam Pince replied. Perhaps to someone in your year, perhaps to a student who won't arrive at Hogwarts for another century. The book decides for itself. With that, she turned to leave, the mysterious volume tucked securely under her arm, but she paused, looking back at them with an expression that was almost kind. You should return to your dormitory now. I'll overlook the lateness of the hour, considering the circumstances. As they gathered their belongings and prepared to leave the library, Hermione cast one last glance at the book in Madam Pince's hands. For a brief moment, she thought she saw a shimmer of golden light pass across its cover, almost like a wink between friends. That night, as she drifted towards sleep in her four-poster bed, Hermione found herself thinking about Eleanor Byrne, not just her act of bravery in saving young Arabella, but her determination to ensure that such moments would not be entirely forgotten. In creating her enchanted book, Eleanor had performed a different kind of brave act, one that reached across time to touch the lives of students she would never meet. Hermione wondered what other stories might be preserved within the walls of Hogwarts, not just in hidden books, but in the stones themselves, in the portraits that watched silently from the walls, in the very magic that suffused the castle. How many acts of courage, kindness, and friendship had these ancient walls witnessed? How many more would they see in the centuries to come? As sleep finally claimed her, she carried with her the comforting knowledge that she and her friends were part of something larger than themselves. A continuous story of magic and growth, of challenges faced and overcome, that had been unfolding for 1,000 years and would continue long after they had left these halls. And in that endless story, even the quiet moments of courage mattered. Even the unrecognized heroes had their place in the tapestry. Even actions that would never be recorded in history books could echo through time, touching lives in ways no one could predict. This, perhaps, was the true magic of Hogwarts, not the spells taught in classrooms, but the invisible threads that connected all who passed through its gates, weaving their individual stories into one great, ongoing tale of wonder and possibility. Outside her window, stars continued their ancient dance across the velvet sky, witnessing this chapter as they had witnessed countless others before, their light unchanging yet ever new, much like the castle itself and the magic it contained. The midnight hour at Hogwarts held a special kind of magic, a gentle stillness that seemed to exist somewhere between dreaming and waking. While most of the castle slumbered peacefully beneath thick blankets and velvet canopies, Luna Lovegood sat alone on a windowsill in the Ravenclaw common room, her silvery eyes reflecting the star-strewn sky beyond the leaded glass. There was something different about the stars tonight. Luna could sense it in the way they pulsed and shimmered like the beating of distant hearts. They seemed somehow closer, more deliberate in their twinkling, as if trying to convey a message in a language long forgotten. She tilted her head slightly, letting her long blonde hair cascade over one shoulder as she studied the celestial display with quiet fascination. Luna had always felt a connection to the night sky that went beyond mere astronomical interest. Where others saw fixed patterns and predictable movements, she sensed consciousness and purpose. Her father had once told her that stars were the eldest beings in existence, witnessing the birth of everything and keeping the universe's most profound secrets. Tonight she felt the truth of his words more strongly than ever before. Her attention was drawn to the astronomy tower, the highest point in Hogwarts, which was now emanating a soft, silvery glow that couldn't be explained by moonlight alone. The tower seemed to be calling to her, beckoning with its mysterious luminescence. Luna smiled dreamily. She had learned long ago to follow such invitations when they presented themselves. Slipping from her perch, she gathered her star chart and a small journal filled with her own astronomical observations. She considered waking one of her fellow Ravenclaws, but discarded the idea almost immediately. Most would either discourage her nighttime wandering or dismiss what she saw as imagination. No, for this expedition she needed companions with open minds and willing hearts. Fortunately, Luna knew just where to find them. The journey through the sleeping castle was peaceful, guided by the gentle glow of her wand and the memory of countless similar excursions. Luna moved with surprising grace, her bare feet making little sound on the ancient stone floors. The portraits slumbered in their frames, occasional snores or murmurs punctuating the silence, but none woke to question her passage. At the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, the fat lady dozed in her portrait, her head tilted at an uncomfortable-looking angle. Luna contemplated how best to proceed, knowing she couldn't enter without the password. As if in answer to her unspoken dilemma, the portrait swung open suddenly, revealing a startled Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, both fully dressed despite the late hour. "Luna," Dean whispered, surprised. "What are you doing here?" "I was looking for you," Luna replied simply, as if midnight visits between houses were perfectly ordinary. "Or someone like you. I need to go to the astronomy tower, and it's better not to go alone when the stars are speaking." Seamus and Dean exchanged glances that conveyed a familiar mix of amusement and intrigue. Luna's peculiar observations often led to interesting adventures, even if half the time they didn't quite understand what she was talking about. "The stars are speaking," Seamus repeated, his Irish accent thickening with curiosity. Luna nodded, her expression serene but earnest. "And the astronomy tower is glowing, see?" She pointed down the corridor toward a window that offered a partial view of the castle's highest tower. True enough, a soft silver radiance emanated from its peak, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. "That's not normal," Dean murmured, moving closer to the window for a better look. "We were just heading to the kitchens for a midnight snack," Seamus admitted. "But this looks far more interesting." Luna smiled, pleased but unsurprised by their ready acceptance. "Sometimes the universe arranges these little coincidences. I think we're meant to witness whatever is happening up there." Dean shouldered the small bag he'd been carrying. "I've got my sketchbook and some snacks. Reckon that'll do for a stargazing expedition?" "Perfect," Luna said with a nod. "The stars appreciate an audience who comes prepared." With that curious endorsement, the unlikely trio set off through the sleeping castle, navigating the labyrinthine corridors with the confidence of students who had learned that rules, like stairways at Hogwarts, were sometimes flexible things. They moved quietly but not furtively, as if their mission carried a legitimacy that superseded ordinary restrictions. The journey to the astronomy tower was longer than usual, partly because they took precautions to avoid potential encounters with patrolling prefects or professors, but also because the castle itself seemed to be guiding their path. Corridors that should have led directly to their destination instead carried them past windows offering increasingly spectacular views of the night sky, each one revealing more unusual stellar activity. "The constellations are shifting," Dean observed as they paused by a particularly large window. His artistic eye caught subtle changes in the familiar patterns. Stars that should have been fixed were drifting, creating new alignments and formations. "It's like they're rearranging themselves," Seamus agreed, peering upward with growing wonder. "I've never seen anything like it." Luna nodded, her expression thoughtful. "It happens very rarely. My father wrote about it once in the Quibbler, a celestial realignment that occurs only when certain cosmic conditions align. The last recorded instance was over 300 years ago." "And what happens during these realignments?" Dean asked, his fingers already itching to sketch the evolving patterns above. "Stories are told," Luna replied simply. "The stars share their memories." This cryptic answer might once have elicited skepticism, but after years at Hogwarts, both boys had learned that the magical world often operated according to poetic rather than literal logic. If Luna said the stars were telling stories, then perhaps they were. After navigating several more corridors and climbing numerous staircases, they finally reached the spiral steps leading up to the astronomy tower. Here, the silvery glow was much stronger, spilling down the staircase like liquid moonlight, coating the stone steps with a luminous sheen that made them appear almost ethereal. "It's beautiful," Dean whispered, his artistic sensibilities deeply stirred by the otherworldly light. Luna led the way up the twisting staircase, her pale hair and white nightdress seeming to absorb the silvery light, giving her an almost ghostly appearance. Seamus and Dean followed close behind, their expressions a mixture of awe and anticipation. The top of the astronomy tower was typically dominated by telescopes and star charts, the tools of Professor Sinistra's meticulous instruction. Tonight, however, the space seemed transformed. The usual equipment remained, but it appeared somehow secondary, like stage props in a theatre where the true performance occurred in the vast dome of the sky above. The tower's open observation platform offered an unobstructed view of the heavens, and what a view it was. The night sky had transformed into a canvas of cosmic activity, with stars pulsing and shifting in patterns too deliberate to be random. The constellations were moving, flowing into new configurations before dissolving and reforming again. Streaks of celestial light connected distant stars like silvery threads in a celestial tapestry. Merlin's beard, Seamus breathed, his face bathed in the shifting starlight. It's like the sky is alive. Luna nodded, her expression one of serene understanding. It is alive. It always has been. We just don't always notice. Dean had already settled cross-legged on the stone floor, his sketchbook open on his lap, charcoal flying across the page as he tried to capture the ever-changing spectacle above. There's a pattern to it, he murmured, more to himself than to the others. It's not random. These configurations mean something. Luna joined him on the ground, spreading her star chart beside his sketchbook. The stars are speaking to each other first, she explained. When they reach consensus, they'll speak to us. And how exactly do stars speak? Seamus asked, settling down on Dean's other side, his eyes never leaving the mesmerizing sky. Through patterns and light, Luna replied, through memory and movement, through the stories they've witnessed since the beginning of time. As if responding to her words, the stellar dance above intensified. Stars that had been drifting seemed to find their places, locking into a new configuration that spread across the entire visible sky. The silver light emanating from the tower pulsed brighter, and a soft, harmonic sound, like crystal glasses being played with wet fingers, filled the air around them. "Can you hear that?" Luna whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. Dean and Seamus nodded, too entranced to speak. The sound was both within and around them, vibrating through the stone beneath them and resonating in their very bones. It was music without melody, communication without words, understanding that bypassed the mind and spoke directly to something deeper. Above them, the new stellar pattern held steady for the first time since they had arrived. It depicted what appeared to be a great tree, its branches spreading across the heavens, stars clustered like fruits or flowers along its limbs. At its base, roots spread outward, formed by streams of stars that seemed to anchor the cosmic tree to the horizon. Yggdrasil, Luna breathed, recognition lighting her features. The world tree from Norse mythology. My father would be so excited. He's been researching connections between ancient mythologies and stellar phenomena for years. But why would the stars form a Norse mythological symbol? Seamus wondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. Before Luna could offer a theory, the stellar tree began to transform again. The branches shifted, stars flowing like luminous sap to create a new configuration. Now the sky depicted what appeared to be a great bird with outstretched wings, composed entirely of stars. A phoenix, Dean identified immediately, his charcoal capturing the majestic avian form with quick, confident strokes. The celestial phoenix held its form for several moments before dissolving, the stars flowing outward like embers scattered by wind. They reformed into a series of interconnected rings, spinning slowly around a central axis. "It's like they're showing us symbols," Seamus said, his initial skepticism entirely forgotten in the face of such beauty. "But what are they trying to tell us?" "I think they're not just speaking to us," Luna suggested, her voice soft with wonder. "They're speaking to Hogwarts itself. These symbols have meaning for the castle." As if confirming her insight, the stellar rings collapsed inward, reforming into what was unmistakably a representation of Hogwarts Castle. rendered in pinpoints of light against the dark canvas of the night sky. Every tower and turret was depicted with astonishing accuracy, the whole structure pulsing with silver radiance. "That's incredible," Dean whispered, his hands moving furiously to capture the image before it could change again. "How are they doing this? How do they know what Hogwarts looks like?" "Stars see everything," Luna said simply. "They've watched Hogwarts since its foundations were laid. They remember." The stellar depiction of the castle began to zoom in, focusing on one particular section, the astronomy tower itself, where they now sat in wonderment. The representation was so precise that Dean half expected to see tiny star versions of themselves looking upward. Instead, the stellar tower began to glow more intensely than the rest of the castle image, and within it appeared a symbol, a key composed of starlight, ornate and ancient looking. "A key," Seamus said unnecessarily, leaning forward with intense focus. "But a key to what?" Before anyone could speculate, the star castle dissolved, the particles of light scattering like dandelion seeds on a breeze before reforming into a new image. This time, a great book, its pages open and filled with what appeared to be stellar writing in a script none of them recognized. "The stars are telling a story," Luna murmured, her eyes reflecting the celestial display. "A story about Hogwarts and something hidden, something that requires a key." As they watched, transfixed, the book transformed into a spiraling staircase, reminiscent of the one they had climbed to reach their current position, but grander and more elaborate. Its steps formed of constellations and nebulae. "I think they're giving us instructions," Dean said slowly, flipping to a new page in his sketchbook to capture this latest configuration. "Showing us a path to something." Luna nodded thoughtfully. "The question is whether we're meant to follow now, or if this is knowledge being entrusted to us for some future need." The staircase image held steady for several long moments, then began to pulse with increasing brightness, its silver light growing so intense that the three students had to shield their eyes. When the light finally dimmed enough for them to look again, the stellar configuration had changed once more. Now the sky showed a clock face, formed of stars of varying brilliance. The hands, composed of straight lines of particularly bright stars, pointed to what would be just before dawn. "A time," Seamus interpreted. "It's telling us a time. Or showing us how much time we have," Dean suggested. "Until dawn, maybe. Until this astronomical event ends." Luna consulted her own small silver watch, a gift from her father that displayed not only the time but also the phases of the moon and positions of certain planets. "It's currently midnight," she noted. "The time shown in the sky would be about 5 o'clock in the morning, just before sunrise. So we have about 4.5 hours, Dean calculated, checking his own watch to confirm. 4.5 hours to do what, though? Seamus wondered, running a hand through his sandy hair in mild frustration. Follow a magical staircase to find a key for some sort of cosmic book. It's not exactly giving us detailed instructions, is it? Luna smiled serenely. Stars don't think like humans. Their communication is more impressionistic. They're giving us concepts, not step-by-step directions. As she spoke, the celestial clock dissolved, stars flowing outward like ripples in a pond, before resolving into a new form, a simple arrow pointing downward toward the castle below them. Well, that seems straightforward enough, Dean remarked with a small smile. They want us to go down. But down where? Seamus pressed, his practical nature seeking concrete answers. The castle's huge, and that's not very specific. The stellar arrow pulsed once, twice, 3 times, then shattered into countless points of light that swirled like a galaxy in motion before reforming into the image of the tree they had first seen. Yggdrasil, the World Tree. Its branches spread wide across the heavens. "I think I understand," Luna said suddenly, her voice soft but certain. "It's not just showing us symbols, it's showing us connections. The World Tree represents connections between different realms. The phoenix signifies rebirth and transformation. The rings showed unity and interconnection. The book represents knowledge." She turned to look at her companions, her silver eyes reflecting the shifting starlight. "There's something in Hogwarts that connects these concepts, something that transforms, unifies, and preserves knowledge." "The library?" Seamus suggested, though he didn't sound convinced by his own proposal. Luna shook her head. "Something more specific, and probably less obvious." She looked thoughtfully at the stellar tree still shimmering above them. In Norse mythology, Yggdrasil connected 9 different worlds. The roots extended into some realms, the trunk existed in others, and the branches reached into yet more. "So we're looking for something in Hogwarts that connects different levels, floors?" Dean attempted to interpret, his artistic mind readily engaging with the symbolic logic. "Or different times," Luna mused, her gaze distant as she followed the threads of possibility. "Different perspectives, different kinds of knowledge." As they pondered these cryptic clues, the stellar tree above began to transform once more. Its branches drew inward, the entire configuration collapsing and reforming into what appeared to be a fountain or wellspring, with droplets of starlight flowing upward instead of downward. "A fountain," Seamus guessed, squinting upward. "A pensieve," Luna corrected quietly. "It's showing us a pensieve." Dean's eyes widened with understanding. "Of course. A pensieve stores memories, knowledge from different times and perspectives. It transforms understanding by letting you experience memories directly, rather than just hearing about them. It unifies different viewpoints. And there's a pensieve in Hogwarts," Seamus added, the pieces falling into place. "In Dumbledore's office. Everyone knows that." Luna nodded slowly, but her expression remained thoughtful. "Yes, but why would the stars direct us to something we couldn't possibly access? Dumbledore's office is heavily protected, and we certainly couldn't enter it at night without being detected." The stellar pensieve pulsed gently, as if acknowledging their conversation, then dissolved once more. The stars swirled in a dizzying display before reforming into a new configuration. A room they all recognized instantly, from its distinctive circular shape and tiered seating. "The Room of Requirement," Dean breathed, understanding dawning on his face. "Of course, if we needed a pensieve, the room could provide one," Seamus finished, his expression brightening with excitement. "And we wouldn't be breaking any rules by accessing Dumbledore's private property." Luna smiled, a gentle expression of confirmation. "The Room of Requirement connects different needs across different times. In a way, it's Hogwarts' own version of Yggdrasil, connecting countless possibilities through the needs of those who seek it." The stellar representation of the Room of Requirement held steady for a long moment, then began to pulse with increasing brightness, before dissolving into a shower of starlight that rained down around them, not touching them physically, but surrounding them in a cocoon of gentle, silver illumination. "I think that's our answer," Dean said softly, closing his sketchbook with reverence. "The Room of Requirement sought with the specific need for a pensieve before dawn. But why? Seamus asked, the practical question that still lingered. Why is this happening tonight? Why are we being shown this? Luna's gaze was distant, her expression suggesting she was listening to something beyond ordinary hearing. Because tonight is special, she finally replied. The stars are aligned in a configuration that happens only once every few centuries. It creates a thinning, I suppose you could call it, a thinning between different types of consciousness. It allows the stars to communicate more directly than usual. She stood up in a fluid motion, gathering her star chart and journal. And I think they're showing us this because we're meant to witness something that would otherwise be forgotten. Dean and Seamus exchanged glances, a wordless communication born of years of friendship, before nodding in unison and getting to their feet as well. To the 7th floor, then? Dean asked, tucking his sketchbook into his bag. To the 7th floor, Luna confirmed with a serene smile. Their descent from the astronomy tower was considerably quicker than their ascent had been, guided by a shared sense of purpose and the lingering wonder of what they had witnessed. The castle corridors seemed different somehow, more alive, more aware of their passage. Shadows moved with gentle purpose around them, and the portraits, though still sleeping, seemed to shift slightly as they passed, as if subconsciously acknowledging their mission. The staircases too cooperated in unusual ways, remaining steady when they needed stability, and shifting to create direct paths where normally they would have needed to take circuitous routes. It was as if Hogwarts itself understood their destination and approved of their journey. The castle is helping us, Luna observed quietly as they ascended a staircase that had moved specifically to create a direct path to the 7th floor. It knows where we're going. Do you think the stars were communicating with Hogwarts as well as with us? Dean wondered, his artistic sensibilities readily embracing the concept of a castle with consciousness. I think they were communicating through Hogwarts, Luna replied thoughtfully, using the castle as a translator of sorts. Stars perceive reality so differently from us that they need intermediaries to communicate with human consciousness. Seamus shook his head with a bemused smile. Only at Hogwarts could we be having this conversation and have it actually make sense. They reached the 7th floor corridor without encountering any obstacles, not even Mrs. Norris or Peeves, both of whom typically delighted in complicating nighttime wanderings. The tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy attempting to train trolls for the ballet hung in its usual place, looking particularly animated in the soft light of their wands. Now we need to be very specific, Luna cautioned as they prepared to summon the Room of Requirement. We need a place where we can view memories meant for us to see. Memories connected to the stellar alignment and to Hogwarts itself. The three students began to pace before the blank wall opposite the tapestry, concentrating with unusual intensity on their shared need. Once, twice, 3 times they walked past the seemingly solid stone, their thoughts aligned in rare harmony. On their 3rd pass, the familiar transformation began, stonework rippling like water, then solidifying into an ornate doorway that had not existed moments before. The door itself was unusual, crafted of what appeared to be ancient wood, inlaid with silver constellations that mirrored the patterns they had observed in the night sky. It worked, Seamus whispered, a note of awe in his voice. Despite his years of familiarity with Hogwarts' magical properties, Luna approached the door with reverent grace, placing her palm gently against the constellation-marked wood. The room understands, she said softly. It knows what we seek. Dean stepped forward to join her, his artist's eye appreciating the intricate stellar patterns on the door. It's beautiful, he murmured, like the night sky was captured in silver and embedded in the wood. Should we go in? Seamus asked, practical as always, though his voice held an uncharacteristic note of hesitation. Luna nodded, her expression serene but expectant. That's why we're here. With a gentle push, the constellation-marked door swung inward, revealing a chamber unlike any iteration of the Room of Requirement they had seen before. The space was circular and domed, reminiscent of the open crown of the astronomy tower, but enclosed and intimate. The walls and ceiling were enchanted to display the night sky, showing the same shifted constellations they had observed outside, but with even greater clarity and detail. In the center of the room stood a pensieve, but not the familiar stone basin they might have expected based on descriptions of Dumbledore's device. This pensieve appeared to be crafted from the same silvery substance as the memories it was designed to hold, its surface reflecting the stellar patterns overhead. It rested on a pedestal formed of intertwining branches, reminiscent of the world tree they had seen depicted in the stars. Surrounding the pensieve, arranged in a perfect circle, were 7 small crystal vials, each containing what appeared to be the familiar silver-white substance of extracted memories. The vials were mounted on stands of varying heights, forming a pattern that mirrored the constellation of the Pleiades, the 7 sisters. "It's all connected," Luna whispered, moving into the room with slow, deliberate steps. The stars, the memories, Hogwarts itself, all part of the same tapestry. Dean followed, his gaze sweeping over the room with an artist's appreciation for its harmonious design. But whose memories are these, and how did they get here? Seamus, despite his earlier hesitation, was now examining the crystal vials with curious eyes. Each one is labeled, he noted, peering at tiny silver tags attached to the stands, with dates and names. Luna joined him, studying the delicate silver labels with careful attention. "They span centuries," she said after a moment. "The oldest is from 1107, just over a century after Hogwarts was founded. The most recent is from 1942. "And the names?" Dean asked, moving to examine the labels himself. "Different individuals, all students or professors at Hogwarts during their respective times." Luna pointed to one vial near the center of the arrangement. This one belonged to Eliana Ravenclaw, a descendant of Rowena Ravenclaw from 1342. And this one, she indicated another, was from Percival Wulfric, one of Dumbledore's ancestors, from 1732. "So these are memories from people connected to Hogwarts spanning nearly 1,000 years, Seamus summarized, his expression showing increasing intrigue. "But why these specific memories? And why are they here in this form waiting for us tonight?" Luna's gaze was drawn to the pensieve, which had begun to glow with increasing brightness, illuminating the room with the same silver radiance they had observed emanating from the astronomy tower. "I think," she said thoughtfully, "these are memories of previous stellar alignments, the same astronomical phenomenon we witnessed tonight. They occur only once every few centuries, and these memories show what happened during each alignment." Dean's eyes widened with understanding. "So these are like records, documenting each time this celestial event occurred at Hogwarts?" Luna nodded. "And I think we're meant to add our memory to the collection for future students to find during the next alignment." "But how would we even do that?" Seamus wondered. "None of us knows how to extract memories properly." "That's complex magic." As if in response to his concern, a small table materialized near the pensieve, holding a slender wand-like instrument of silver with a crystal tip. A memory extractor, designed specifically for capturing and preserving important recollections. "The room provides what we need," Luna said with a small smile, unsurprised by this development. "Before we add our memory," Dean suggested, "shouldn't we view the others? That seems to be why we were guided here, to witness these past experiences." Luna nodded in agreement. I think you're right. We're meant to be part of a chain of witnesses, connecting past and future through our shared experience of this celestial event. Seamus still looked slightly uncertain. Is it safe? Viewing memories from people who lived centuries ago? Memories can't harm you, Luna assured him gently. They can only show what was, not change what is. With that reassurance, the three gathered around the pensieve, its silver surface rippling gently in invitation. Luna carefully lifted the oldest vial, the one from 1107, and uncorked it with reverent care. Aliana of York, she read from the label. Student of Ravenclaw House, witnessed the stellar concordance from the North Tower, which preceded the Astronomy Tower's construction. With gentle deliberation, she poured the silvery contents into the pensieve, where they swirled and spread, creating patterns reminiscent of the constellations they had observed in the night sky. The surface rippled invitingly, glowing with soft radiance. Together, Dean suggested, looking at his companions. Luna nodded, and Seamus, setting aside his final reservations, did the same. As one, they leaned forward, their faces drawing near to the shimmering surface until, with a sensation like passing through a cool waterfall, they fell into memory. The world reformed around them, a Hogwarts both familiar and strange, its stonework newer, some towers absent, others present that no longer existed in their time. They stood on what appeared to be a wide, flat roof, presumably the North Tower mentioned in the memory's label. Before them stood a girl of perhaps 15, with dark hair bound in long braids and robes of midnight blue trimmed with bronze. Ravenclaw colours, though the style was far more medieval than the uniform they knew. She was looking upward, her expression one of pure wonder, at a sky alive with shifting stars. Though they were viewing a memory from nearly 900 years in the past, the stellar phenomenon was immediately recognizable, the same mesmerizing dance of constellations they had witnessed from the Astronomy Tower. In this memory, however, the patterns formed different symbols, more reflective of the medieval world from which the observer came. They watched as Aliana carefully documented the shifting patterns on a piece of parchment, her quill moving with practiced precision despite her obvious awe. Around her, the silver light of the realigning stars cast an ethereal glow over the castle, making the new stonework appear almost translucent. The memory shifted, showing Eliana presenting her observations to a gathering of professors, including a regal woman who could only be Rowena Ravenclaw herself, one of the founders in her later years. The older witch examined the drawings with evident approval, saying something in an older form of English that was difficult for the modern observers to fully comprehend, though the gist seemed to be praise for the students' diligent documentation. A final scene showed Aliana carefully extracting this very memory, placing it in a crystal vial much like the one Luna had handled, and presenting it to Rowena with a ceremonial bow. The founder accepted it with solemn grace, saying something that, even across the centuries, communicated the importance of preserving this record for future generations. With a gentle sensation of rising, the three students found themselves back in the room of requirement, standing around the pensieve as the memory of Aliana returned to its swirling silver state. That was incredible, Dean breathed, his artist's soul deeply moved by this direct connection to Hogwarts' distant past. We saw one of the founders. We saw Ravenclaw herself. And the stellar patterns were different, Luna noted with scholarly interest. They formed symbols relevant to medieval magical understanding rather than the ones we observed. The stars adapt their communication to be comprehensible to those witnessing. Seamus, who had been the most hesitant, now appeared thoroughly engrossed. So, each of these memories shows the same astronomical event as seen by different people throughout Hogwarts history. Can we see more? Luna carefully returned Aeliana's memory to its vial and selected another, this one from 1521, belonging to a Gryffindor professor of astronomy. Once again, they immersed themselves in the silvery depths of the Pensieve, witnessing the same celestial phenomenon through Renaissance eyes, observing how the professor's understanding of the event was shaped by the magical knowledge of his era. One by one, they viewed each memory, traveling through centuries of Hogwarts history, connected by the continuous thread of the recurring stellar alignment. Each observer had interpreted the cosmic display differently, yet certain elements remained consistent: the sense of wonder, the recognition of rare beauty, the understanding that they were witnessing something meant to be preserved and shared. The most recent memory from 1942 belonged to a young Minerva McGonagall, then a Gryffindor student in her 5th year. They watched with particular interest as the teenage version of their stern transfiguration professor documented the stellar patterns with precise, methodical care, her future teaching persona already evident in her systematic approach, though softened by youthful wonder. When they emerged from the final memory, a comfortable silence settled over them, each processing the extraordinary journey through time they had just experienced. "We're part of something ancient," Dean finally said, his voice hushed with reverence. "A tradition that spans the entire history of Hogwarts." Luna nodded, her expression serene yet profound. "And now it's our turn to add to that tradition, to preserve what we witnessed for students who might stand in this room centuries from now, wondering about us just as we wondered about Aeliana and the others." Seamus, fully committed now, gestured toward the memory extractor waiting on the small table. "So, how do we do this? I've never extracted a memory before." Luna approached the table and carefully lifted the silver instrument. "It's similar to drawing thoughts for a pensieve, but more selective. We focus specifically on our experience tonight, from the moment we noticed the stars behaving unusually through our discovery of this room." With careful movements she demonstrated, placing the crystal tip against her temple and drawing forth a silvery strand of memory that clung to the extractor like luminous silk. She deposited it carefully into a new crystal vial that had appeared alongside the others, then passed the instrument to Dean, who repeated the process with thoughtful concentration before handing it to Seamus. When all three had contributed their perspectives to the shared memory, Luna carefully sealed the vial and placed it in the empty position that completed the circle of 7 around the pensieve. As soon as the vial was set in place, the entire arrangement began to glow with increasing brightness, the 7 memories resonating in harmonious response to each other. The constellation patterns on the ceiling shifted once more, aligning into a perfect reflection of the 7-starred Pleiades that was mirrored by the arrangement of memory vials below. A sense of completion filled the room, of a cycle honored and continued, of tradition preserved and extended into the future. "It feels like closing a circle," Dean murmured, watching as the light gradually subsided to a gentle glow, "but also opening it for the next time." Luna nodded, her expression thoughtful. "The stars will align this way again in another century or two, and perhaps other students will find their way here, guided as we were. They'll see our memory among the others and add their own to the collection. It's a bit humbling, isn't it?" Seamus reflected, unusually philosophical. "To think of students centuries from now, watching us just as we watched Aeliana, wondering about our lives, our world. It's beautiful," Luna said simply, her silver eyes reflecting the stellar patterns above. "A conversation across time." witnessed by the stars. They remained in the room of requirement for some time afterward, speaking softly of what they had witnessed and experienced, feeling connected not just to each other but to the long, rich history of Hogwarts, and to the future that stretched beyond their time within its walls. The night sky continued its celestial display above them, stars shifting in their ancient dance, but with a sense now of completion rather than urgency. Eventually, as the enchanted ceiling began to show the first hints of pre-dawn light tinting the eastern horizon, they knew it was time to leave. The memory had been preserved, the tradition honored, their role in the ancient cycle fulfilled. As they moved toward the door, Luna paused, turning back to address the room and perhaps the castle itself. "Thank you," she said simply, her voice soft but carrying a depth of sincere gratitude, "for allowing us to be part of this." The room seemed to respond, though not with words. The constellation patterns overhead shifted once more, flowing into a final configuration. 3 figures standing beneath a glittering sky, their forms composed entirely of stars. Though stylized, the stellar silhouettes were recognizably themselves, preserved in cosmic light. Dean smiled at this celestial portrait, touched by the room's response. "I think it's thanking us in return." "Hogwarts always knows," Luna agreed serenely. "It remembers everyone who passes through its halls in its own way." They slipped out of the room of requirement and into the corridor beyond, the enchanted door dissolving back into solid stone behind them. The castle was still quiet, though the first hints of pre-dawn activity, house elves beginning their morning duties, the distant call of owls returning from nighttime hunts, could be detected by attentive ears. Their return journey through the sleeping castle was peaceful, guided by the soft glow of their wands and the shared wonder of their experience. They moved quietly, but without the anxious stealth of students breaking rules. Tonight they had been not rule breakers, but tradition keepers, fulfilling a role as old as Hogwarts itself. At the junction where they would need to separate, Luna to Ravenclaw Tower, Dean and Seamus to Gryffindor, they paused, reluctant to break the companionable silence that had enveloped them throughout their extraordinary night. "I don't think I'll ever look at the stars quite the same way again," Dean said softly, his gaze drifting to a nearby window where the pre-dawn sky was beginning to lighten, the stars fading but not forgotten. Seamus nodded in agreement. "Knowing they're watching, remembering, it changes everything, doesn't it?" Luna smiled, her expression suggesting this was a truth she had long understood. "The world is full of consciousness beyond our own," she said. "The stars, the castle, the creatures in the forest, all witnessing, all remembering in their way. We're never truly alone." Far from being eerie, this observation carried a profound comfort, a sense of being held within a vast, benevolent awareness that stretched beyond human comprehension, but included them nonetheless. With quiet goodnights and the unspoken understanding that they had shared something rare and precious, the 3 friends parted ways, each carrying the memory of stellar magic and ancient tradition back to their respective dormitories. Luna made her way through the quiet corridors to Ravenclaw Tower, her steps light despite the late hour. At the bronze eagle knocker that guarded the entrance, she paused, waiting for the familiar riddle that would grant her access. The eagle's metallic eyes gleamed with unusual warmth as it posed its question. What exists everywhere and nowhere, remembers all yet speaks rarely, and connects those separated by centuries? Luna smiled, recognizing the riddle's unusual specificity. "The stars," she answered softly, "and the magic that lets us understand their stories." The eagle knocker bowed its head in acknowledgement, and the door swung open to admit her. As Luna stepped into the familiar blue and bronze common room, she cast one final glance at the lightening sky visible through the tower windows. The stars had nearly faded from view, retreating before the approaching dawn, but she knew they remained, constant, watching, remembering, even when hidden by daylight. In the Gryffindor dormitory, Dean quietly set his sketchbook on his nightstand before slipping into bed, his mind still filled with the celestial patterns and historical memories they had witnessed. Beside him, Seamus yawned widely as he pulled his curtains closed, murmuring something about mad adventures with Ravenclaws that contained more affection than criticism. As sleep began to claim them, the last conscious thought each shared, though separated by tower and house, was a sense of gratitude for the magic that surrounded them, for the ancient castle that sheltered them, and for the cosmic awareness that had, for one extraordinary night, reached down from the heavens to include them in its ageless conversation. Outside, as the first golden rays of sunrise touched the highest towers of Hogwarts, the castle settled into its daytime rhythm, holding its nocturnal secrets close. The astronomy tower no longer glowed with silver light, the stars no longer danced in unusual patterns, but the memory of that celestial communion remained, preserved in a crystal vial in a hidden room in the castle's ancient awareness, and in the hearts of 3 students who had been granted a glimpse of magic beyond ordinary understanding. And high above, beyond the blue dome of day, the stars continued their eternal vigil, patient and constant, waiting for the next alignment, the next witnesses, the next chapter in an endless story written in light across the cosmic void. For now, they rested, their message delivered, their memory entrusted to those who had heard their silent call and followed it to wonder. Rain tapped against the tall windows of Gryffindor Tower in a gentle, soothing rhythm. The dreary October afternoon had driven everyone indoors, and the common room was filled with the pleasant buzz of voices and laughter. A fire crackled merrily in the grand fireplace, casting a warm golden glow that danced across the rich crimson tapestries and well-worn armchairs. The scent of cinnamon and cloves drifted through the air. Someone had convinced the house elves to provide hot cider, and steaming mugs were being passed around with grateful smiles. Outside, the sky was the color of pewter, and occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the distant mountains, followed by the soft rumble of thunder that seemed to make the tower feel even cozier by contrast. Droplets chased each other down the window panes, creating intricate patterns that a few younger students were tracing with their fingertips, placing playful bets on which would reach the bottom first. In the center of the common room, a circle of students had gathered around Fred and George Weasley, who were unpacking what appeared to be an ordinary wooden box, though everyone present knew better than to assume anything associated with the twins was truly ordinary. The 6th-year troublemakers wore identical expressions of mischievous delight as they carefully arranged various objects on a table. Colorful stones, miniature figurines, several decks of cards that occasionally shuffled themselves, and what looked suspiciously like Bertie Bott's every flavor beans that were glowing faintly. Gather round," Fred called out, his voice carrying over the patter of rain. "Distinguished housemates and fellow prisoners of this meteorological misfortune, victims of nature's soggy temperament," George continued seamlessly, "captives of cloud and captives of climate. We offer you salvation from the crushing boredom of this watery afternoon." Fred swept his arm dramatically, nearly knocking over a first year who ducked just in time, already familiar with the need for caution around the twins' enthusiastic gestures. Lee Jordan, the twins' closest friend, leaned against the back of a nearby armchair, arms crossed and a knowing grin on his face. "This should be good," he murmured to Angelina Johnson, who raised an eyebrow but couldn't hide her intrigued smile. By now, most of the Gryffindors had abandoned their previous activities, homework reluctantly set aside, wizard chess games paused mid-move, exploding snap cards left to quietly smolder, and drifted closer to see what entertainment the Weasley twins had conjured for this dreary day. "What we have here," George said, lowering his voice conspiratorially so that everyone leaned in slightly, "is something we've been working on for months. A revolutionary development in the field of recreational enchantment," Fred added, his expression solemnly proud, though his eyes twinkled with barely contained excitement. "We call it—" The twins paused in perfect synchronization, looking around to ensure they had everyone's full attention. "The Grand Gryffindor Challenge," they announced together, flicking their wands at the wooden box, which immediately sprang open. A shower of harmless red and gold sparks erupted from within, forming the shape of a miniature lion that roared silently before dissolving into twinkling dust that settled over the gathered students. Ginny Weasley, curled up in an oversized armchair with a book, rolled her eyes, but closed her novel and tucked her feet beneath her, attention captured despite her determination to appear unimpressed by her brother's antics. Nearby, Hermione Granger looked up from her ancient runes translation with a mixture of skepticism and reluctant curiosity. Ron, who had been attempting to coax her into helping with his potions essay, immediately abandoned the effort and moved closer to the twins, eyes alight with interest. "And what exactly is this grand challenge?" asked Katie Bell from her perch on the arm of a sofa, her Quidditch call-housed fingers wrapped around a mug of cider. Fred beamed at her. "An excellent question from our esteemed chaser. Simply put," George explained, "it's a game that transforms this very room. This very ordinary, very familiar room," Fred interjected, "into a series of magical challenges designed to test your wit, skill, and tolerance for mild embarrassment," George finished, wiggling his eyebrows suggestively. Harry Potter, who had been quietly discussing Quidditch strategies with Ron before the twins' announcement, pushed his glasses up his nose with interest. "Transform the room? You mean like the room of requirement?" "Not quite that sophisticated, Harry, my boy," Fred said with a wink. "Think of it more as a temporary illusion with interactive elements." "Completely safe," George assured, noting Professor McGonagall's narrowed eyes from across the room where she had been conversing with a seventh year about career options. "And entirely reversible. Not a single stone of Gryffindor Tower will be permanently altered." The head of house gave them a long, measured look before inclining her head slightly. Permission granted, but with clear warning in her gaze. The twins responded with their most angelic smiles, which only seemed to deepen McGonagall's suspicion, though the corner of her mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. "So how does it work?" asked Neville Longbottom hesitantly. His toad, Trevor, gave a low croak from within his pocket, as if equally curious. "Participants will form teams," Fred explained, gesturing to a parchment that had unfurled itself from the box and was now hovering in mid-air, quill poised to record names. "Each team will face a series of challenges," George continued, "ranging from the mildly perplexing to the moderately amusing. Complete the challenges successfully," Fred said, "and earn points for your team. The team with the most points at the end," George grinned, "wins a special prize from our personal collection." This announcement was met with a mixture of excited murmurs and skeptical exchanges, The twins' personal collection was known to contain items of questionable safety and dubious legality, though even the most cautious had to admit that their inventions were invariably clever and often quite useful, if employed correctly. "And what about those who prefer not to participate?" Hermione asked, though her tone suggested she was more concerned for younger students than expressing her own reluctance. "Spectators are welcome and encouraged," Fred assured her with a theatrical bow. "The common room will still be perfectly accessible for studying, reading, or general loafing about, though we cannot guarantee you won't occasionally find yourself appearing to be loafing in the middle of a swamp or atop a mountain peak," George added with a wink. "But you'll be perfectly safe and dry throughout," Fred hastened to add, with another glance at McGonagall, who had not returned to her conversation but was watching the proceedings with hawkish attention. The sign-up parchment fluttered expectantly, and after a moment's hesitation, Lee Jordan stepped forward. "Well, I'm in," he declared, taking the quill and scrawling his name with a flourish. "Though I demand a handicap for having to put up with you two outside of this game." His statement broke the initial reserve, and soon a line had formed, with students eagerly adding their names to the growing list. Teams began to form organically, Katie, Angelina, and Alicia Spinnet grouping together with the easy camaraderie born of countless Quidditch practices. Neville joining Dean and Seamus, who clapped him encouragingly on the shoulder, a cluster of excited second years huddling together and whispering strategy. Harry and Ron exchanged glances before approaching the parchment together. "Hermione," Ron called over his shoulder, "you're not going to leave us to fend for ourselves, are you?" Hermione sighed, but there was a fond smile playing at her lips as she carefully marked her place in her ancient runes text and rose from her chair. "Someone has to make sure you two don't end up transformed into something unnatural," she said primly, but the gleam in her eye betrayed her own interest in the challenge ahead. Ginny, after watching the proceedings with calculated casualness, uncurled herself from her armchair and sauntered over to join a team with some of her fellow fourth years, including Colin Creevey, who was clutching his ever-present camera with undisguised excitement. Even the most studious Gryffindors were eventually drawn in by the infectious enthusiasm that had spread through the common room. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows, but it had become simply a pleasant background rhythm to the lively scene unfolding within. Once the teams were established, Fred and George moved to the center of the room, standing back to back, with wands raised dramatically. "Prepare yourselves," Fred announced, his voice taking on a ceremonial tone. "For wonder and whimsy," George added, equally solemn. "For challenge and change," they intoned together, and with a synchronized sweep of their wands, they called out an incantation that sounded suspiciously like nonsense syllables strung together with extravagant inflection. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, like watercolors bleeding into parchment, the common room began to transform around them. The stone walls remained, as did the furniture and the crackling fireplace, but overlaid upon them was an illusion so convincing that several first years gasped aloud. The floor appeared to fall away, replaced by a miniature Quidditch pitch complete with tiny goalposts at either end. The worn carpet had become what looked like perfectly manicured grass, and small golden objects that could only be enchanted snitches fluttered around the room at approximately ankle height. "Welcome," Fred announced grandly to challenge the first. "Snitch round up." George gestured to the floating parchment, which had transformed into a scoreboard. "Each team will have 2 minutes to capture as many snitches as possible, using only their feet. No hands, no wands, no magic, just good old-fashioned fancy footwork. And to make it interesting," Fred added with a mischievous grin. The snitches aren't particularly fond of being stepped on. They might try to evade capture in creative ways. As if on cue, one of the miniature snitches zoomed toward a 7th-year boy who had leaned down to examine it, hovering tantalizingly close to his face before shooting upward and releasing a tiny puff of purple smoke that left a small, perfectly formed handlebar mustache on his startled face. The common room erupted in laughter as the boy crossed his eyes, trying to see his new facial accessory, before joining in the amusement with good-natured acceptance. "Don't worry," George assured everyone as similar concerns began to ripple through the gathered students. "The effects are temporary and totally harmless. Think of them as participation trophies. First team up," Fred called, consulting the scoreboard. "Johnson, Bell, and Spinnett." The 3 chasers exchanged confident glances. If anyone could be expected to excel at maneuvering around small flying objects, it was them. They took their positions in the center of the illusory pitch, as Fred conjured a large hourglass that immediately began to drain fine red sand from top to bottom. "Begin," the twins shouted in unison. What followed was 2 minutes of chaotic entertainment as the 3 girls darted around the common room, attempting to trap the elusive snitches beneath their feet. The tiny golden balls proved remarkably cunning, darting between chair legs, zooming up to ceiling height before plummeting suddenly, and occasionally releasing diversionary puffs of colored smoke when cornered. The rest of the Gryffindors cheered and laughed, offering enthusiastic if not always helpful advice from the sideline. Angelina managed to capture 3 snitches in quick succession, her Quidditch reflexes serving her well, though not without cost. Her hair had been turned a vibrant shade of turquoise by one particularly vindictive snitch. Katie nabbed 2 more, but missed a third when it zoomed between her ankles at the last second, releasing a puff of yellow smoke that left her speaking in rhyming couplets for the next 5 minutes. Alicia secured another 4, demonstrating surprising agility as she slid across the illusory grass on her knees to trap a particularly evasive snitch, earning the loudest cheer yet from the spectators. 9 snitches, George announced as the last grain of sand fell through the hourglass. An impressive opening score. The 3 chasers high-fived each other, Angelina tossing her newly blue locks with exaggerated pride while Katie complimented her with rhythmic speech and joyful tone, her rhyming curse not yet outgrown. Each team took their turn at the challenge, with varying degrees of success and an entertaining variety of magical side effects. Lee Jordan found himself sporting a magnificent pair of lion ears after a near miss. Neville, to everyone's surprise, including his own, proved remarkably adept at corralling the snitches with his feet, managing to capture 5 on his own despite tripping twice. Ron accidentally stepped on a snitch with slightly too much force, causing it to emit a cloud of green smoke that left him hiccuping tiny soap bubbles. Throughout it all, Professor McGonagall remained in her corner, ostensibly grading papers, but with her eyes frequently lifting to observe the proceedings with what could almost be described as indulgent amusement. The rain continued to fall outside, accompanied now by occasional rumbles of thunder that only enhanced the cozy feeling of being safely inside, engaged in shared merriment. When the last team had completed the challenge, a group of enthusiastic, if not particularly coordinated first years who managed to capture 3 snitches between them and ended up with matching polka-dotted eyebrows, Fred and George returned to the center of the room. "Excellent efforts all around," Fred declared, gesturing to the scoreboard which now displayed each team's point total. "But the day is young, and the challenge is manifold," George added, raising his wand dramatically. With another synchronized flourish from the twins, the Quidditch pitch illusion dissolved like mist, and in its place arose what appeared to be a miniature version of Hogwarts itself. Or rather, its famously temperamental staircases. The common room furniture remained where it was, but now appeared to be resting on various moving staircases and landings. Students found themselves standing on steps that gently swayed and occasionally pivoted, though never with enough motion to cause actual discomfort or concern. Challenge the second, the twins announced together. Stairway scramble. This challenge required teams to navigate from one end of the common room to the other, using only the shifting staircases, collecting colored tokens along the way. The difficulty was increased by the fact that certain steps would vanish upon being trodden on, revealed by a subtle shimmer that the observant could detect, while others would trigger minor enchantments, like temporarily reversing gravity for the unwary stepper, or causing them to speak in a squeaky voice for 30 seconds. Hermione, Harry, and Ron approached this challenge with the confidence of students who had navigated the real Hogwarts staircases for years. Hermione's methodical observation allowed her to identify most of the vanishing steps before encountering them, while Harry's quick reflexes saved him from more than one precarious situation. Ron, despite his lanky frame, which might have been expected to make balance difficult, displayed surprising agility, though not without incident. At one point, he triggered a step that caused his feet to briefly stick to the surface, requiring an undignified hopping motion to progress. As teams made their way through the staircase challenge, the common room filled with laughter and good-natured ribbing. Even those who triggered magical traps took their fate with humor, Seamus finding himself speaking backwards for a full minute, Dean temporarily floating a few inches above his staircase until a giggling Katie Bell pulled him back down, Neville accidentally triggering 3 vanishing steps in a row, but managing to cling to a nearby railing with impressive upper body strength. Through it all, the rain continued its gentle symphony against the windows, occasionally punctuated by a rumble of thunder or a more insistent gust of wind that only enhanced the feeling of sheltered coziness within. Some students who had chosen not to participate were still engaged in their original activities, reading by the fire, completing homework, playing quiet games of chess, but all within the fantastical illusion of Hogwarts' magical staircases, creating surreal but charming tableaus. A third-year girl was calmly practicing her charms essay, while apparently perched on a staircase that led directly into a painted canvas of medieval knights, who occasionally leaned out of their frame to offer spelling corrections. When the last team had completed the staircase challenge, collecting tokens of varying values along the way, the scores were tabulated on the floating parchment. To no one's great surprise, Hermione, Harry, and Ron had taken the lead, though Angelina's team was close behind, and Neville, Dean, and Seamus had shown surprising resourcefulness to secure third place. Again, Fred and George took center stage, their faces flushed with the success of their creation and the clear enjoyment it was bringing to their housemates. 2 challenges down, Fred announced, and the competition grows fierce. But fear not, trailing teams, George assured, for the final challenge offers ample opportunity for dramatic comebacks and spectacular failures. Would be a shame if the current leaders got overconfident, Fred added with a sly wink in the direction of Hermione, who narrowed her eyes suspiciously while Ron and Harry exchanged worried glances. With a flourish more elaborate than the previous 2, the twins raised their wands and moved them in complex, synchronized patterns. The illusory staircases melted away like ice in summer, and the common room began to transform once more. This time, the change was more comprehensive. The stone walls appeared to recede and vanish, replaced by a vast, star-strewn sky. The floor became what looked like a patchwork of floating islands, each containing a piece of common room furniture that now appeared to be suspended in mid-air. "Welcome," the twins intoned together, "to the celestial stepping stones." Several of the younger students gasped in genuine delight, while even the older ones looked impressed by the scope and detail of the illusion. Though everyone remained perfectly secure on solid ground, the visual effect was startlingly convincing. It genuinely appeared as if the entire common room had been transported into the night sky, with only floating fragments of stone and furniture preventing a fall into the starry abyss below. The final challenge, Fred explained, requires teams to cross from the entrance portrait. He gestured to where the fat lady's portrait now appeared to be mounted on a floating island of stone, the painted figure looking simultaneously alarmed and intrigued by her new cosmic surroundings, to the fireplace. The large fireplace, still crackling merrily, now sat upon the largest of the floating islands, surrounded by several comfortable armchairs that seemed perfectly content to be suspended among the stars. "You must hop from island to island," George continued, "collecting these along the way." He held up what appeared to be small glass stars that glinted with inner light. With a flick of his wand, dozens of these stellar tokens scattered across the floating islands, some landing in plain sight while others nestled in more hidden locations. "Each star is worth points," Fred added, "but some are worth more than others. The brighter they glow, the more valuable they are. But here's the twist," George said with a mischievous grin. "You can only maintain contact with each island for 10 seconds before it begins to, well, let's call it, gently encourage your departure." To demonstrate, he hopped onto a small floating island that contained a footstool. After exactly 10 seconds, the island began to tilt gradually but insistently, forcing George to jump to the next platform or risk sliding off into the illusory cosmic void below. "Don't worry," Fred hastened to add, noting the concerned expression on Professor McGonagall's face. "No one will actually fall. If you miss a jump or get tilted off, you'll be gently floated back to the starting point to begin again. Though not without a small penalty to your dignity," George added with a wink, deliberately allowing himself to slide off his current island. Rather than falling, he gently floated down as if carried by an invisible parachute, his descent accompanied by the sound of a slide whistle and a brief shower of glitter that left his hair sparkling. The common room erupted in laughter as George took an exaggerated bow, glitter cascading from his red hair. "Teams will go one at a time," he announced, shaking his head like a dog and sending more glitter flying in all directions. "You will have 3 minutes to collect as many stars as possible and reach the fireplace island. First up," Fred consulted the school board, "our current third-place team, Longbottom, Thomas, and Finnegan." The 3 boys stepped forward with a mixture of determination and apprehension. Dean, the most athletic of the trio, took the lead, making the first jump to a nearby island that held a small end table. Seamus followed with surprising grace, while Neville hesitated only briefly before making the leap, landing more solidly than many might have expected. What followed was a masterclass in teamwork. Dean's long limbs allowed him to reach stars placed in higher positions, while Seamus demonstrated unexpected agility in navigating between closely placed islands. Neville, whom many might have expected to struggle, revealed a methodical approach, carefully counting the seconds they had on each platform and calling out warnings when it was time to move on. The entire common room cheered them on, gasping when Seamus nearly missed a jump saved by Dean's quick grab of his robes, and applauding when Neville spotted a particularly bright star nestled behind a floating bookshelf that the others had missed. When their 3 minutes elapsed, they had amassed an impressive collection of stellar tokens and reached the fireplace island with seconds to spare, collapsing into the waiting armchairs to enthusiastic applause. Each team took their turn at the challenge, revealing different strengths and strategies. The Chasers team moved with athletic precision, using formations they had clearly adapted from Quidditch plays. A group of studious sixth years applied methodical efficiency, splitting the common room into sections and assigning each team member a specific area to cover. The first years approached with unrestrained enthusiasm, if not particular skill, resulting in all three floating back to the start multiple times, accompanied by slide whistle sounds and increasingly elaborate glitter effects. The last return bestowing upon them temporary fairy wings that fluttered for several minutes afterward. When it came time for Harry, Ron, and Hermione's turn, the common room was alive with anticipation. Currently in the lead, they needed a strong performance to secure victory, especially since the twins had hinted that the final challenge offered higher point potential. Hermione, ever prepared, had spent the preceding team's attempts carefully observing the patterns of island movement and star placement. "I think I've worked out an optimal route," she whispered to Harry and Ron as they approached the starting point. "If we each take a different path, but coordinate our timing." Her strategy proved sound, with the trio spreading out across the illusory cosmos, efficiently collecting stars while calling out warnings and encouragement to each other. Harry's seeker reflexes allowed him to snatch several stars from awkward positions, while Ron's height gave him reach advantages for higher placements. Hermione moved with focused determination, mentally mapping the common room's transformed geography with remarkable accuracy. Their performance drew appreciative murmurs from their housemates, particularly when Harry executed a perfectly timed leap between two rapidly tilting islands, snagging a brightly glowing star in mid-jump. However, their near-perfect run hit a snag in the final 30 seconds, when Ron, reaching for a particularly bright star tucked beneath a floating ottoman, lost his balance and began to slide off his island. Without hesitation, Hermione and Harry adjusted course, maneuvering to adjacent islands and reaching out to steady him. In that moment of teamwork, they spotted something none of the previous teams had noticed: a cluster of exceptionally bright stars hidden in a small nook, formed by the intersection of three closely placed islands. Working together, they collected this hidden treasure trove just as the time elapsed, making a final, coordinated leap to the fireplace island as the last seconds ticked away. The common room erupted in cheers and applause. Even the students who had been quietly reading or studying throughout the challenges looked up to acknowledge the impressive display of coordination. Professor McGonagall, who had maintained her position of watchful supervision throughout, allowed herself a small smile of approval. As the trio caught their breath on the fireplace island, the stars they had collected hovering in a glittering cloud around them, Fred and George stepped forward once more, their expressions a mixture of admiration and mock disappointment. "A remarkable performance," Fred conceded with an exaggerated sigh. "Particularly that last-minute discovery," George added, shaking his head in grudging respect. "We thought we'd hidden those rather well, almost as if you had inside information," Fred suggested with narrowed eyes, though his twitching lips betrayed his amusement. Hermione's expression of innocent surprise wasn't entirely convincing. "Perhaps if you hadn't spent so much time testing these challenges in the common room after hours," she replied primly, "others might not have noticed the patterns in your magic." The twins exchanged a look of delighted shock before bursting into laughter. "Touche, Granger," George conceded with a bow. "Observant as always. We'll have to be more sneaky next time," Fred agreed, before raising his voice to address the entire common room. "And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. The final scores." The scoreboard parchment floated to the center of the starry expanse, numbers tallying themselves with theatrical slowness. The room held its collective breath as the calculations completed, revealing the final standings. In third place, Angelina, Katie, and Alicia, their Quidditch teamwork translating effectively to the challenges. In second place, to their visible surprise and delight, Neville, Dean, and Seamus, whose unconventional approach and unexpected skills had served them well. And in first place, by a margin narrow enough to maintain excitement, but clear enough to be decisive, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Congratulations to our winners," the twins announced together, conjuring a small fanfare of red and gold sparks. The illusory cosmic expanse began to gently fade, the floating islands lowering themselves gracefully back to their original positions on the common room floor. The starry void receded, stone walls reappearing, until Gryffindor Tower was restored to its normal, though still magical, appearance. The only evidence of the afternoon's adventures were the lingering magical effects on various participants. Angelina's turquoise hair, the first year's fading fairy wings, and the liberal coating of glitter that seemed to have settled on every surface. "And now," Fred declared, "the prizes." From the wooden box that had started it all, George extracted 3 small packages wrapped in red and gold paper. "For our third-place winners," he announced, presenting one package to the chasers, "a selection of weather-defying treats from our experimental collection, perfect for maintaining high spirits during dreary Quidditch practices." The 3 girls accepted the gift with intrigued expressions, Angelina shaking the package gently near her ear with playful suspicion. "For our second-place team," Fred continued, handing a slightly larger package to Neville, Dean, and Seamus, "a prototype of our homework helper kit, guaranteed to make even Snape's most tedious assignments marginally less soul-crushing." Neville's eyes widened with genuine gratitude, while Seamus immediately began speculating on whether the kit could be modified for more mischievous purposes, earning a preemptive warning glance from Professor McGonagall. "And for our champions," George announced with dramatic flair, presenting the largest package to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, "the grand prize. Exclusive early access to our newest creation, the Portable Escapism Collection, for when you need a momentary holiday from reality without actually going anywhere." Ron accepted the package with undisguised enthusiasm, already beginning to tear at the wrapping before Hermione gently placed her hand over his, murmuring something that sounded suspiciously like, "Perhaps not with McGonagall watching." As the prizes were distributed and the teams congratulated, the common room gradually returned to its normal activities, though with a noticeably lighter atmosphere. The rain continued outside, but no one seemed to mind anymore. The dreary weather had provided the perfect excuse for an afternoon of shared adventure and laughter. Small groups formed around the prize winners, curious to see what the twins' inventive minds had created. Others returned to abandon homework or games, but with more energy and good humor than before. Fred and George accepted compliments on their magical game with theatrical humility, promising future editions with even more wonder and substantially increased possibility of harmless embarrassment. Professor McGonagall finally rose from her chair, gathering her grading materials. Before departing through the portrait hole, she paused beside the twins. "An impressive bit of magic, gentlemen," she acknowledged quietly, her Scottish brogue slightly more pronounced than usual, a tell those who knew her recognized as a sign of genuinely being impressed. "Though I trust the common room will be thoroughly deglittered before morning." "Of course, Professor," they chorused innocently. "And perhaps next time," she added, the faintest twinkle in her eye, "you might consider including the faculty in your planning. I believe Professor Flitwick would be particularly intrigued by your illusion work." With that surprising suggestion hanging in the air, she departed, leaving the twins momentarily speechless, a rare occurrence indeed. As evening approached, the rain began to ease, though no one seemed in any hurry to venture outside. The fire burned low and comfortable in the grate, and the common room settled into a peaceful contentment. In one corner, Angelina, her hair still stubbornly turquoise, was demonstrating a complex Quidditch maneuver using salt and pepper shakers as players. Nearby, Neville was examining the twins' homework helper kit with Dean and Seamus, his round face alight with genuine wonder at whatever he'd found inside. Harry, Ron and Hermione had claimed the best seats by the fire, their prize package open between them. Whatever it contained seemed to involve small, perfectly formed crystal spheres that, when held up to the light, revealed miniature moving scenes. Tropical beaches with tiny waves, sun-dappled forests, snow-capped mountains, each accompanied by appropriate ambient sounds audible only to the person holding the sphere. Throughout the common room, other small gatherings had formed, first years comparing the fading magical effects from the challenges, fourth years already strategizing for next time, older students recounting their favorite moments from the afternoon's entertainment. The competitive element had faded, leaving only the warm glow of shared experience and belonging. As darkness fell completely outside, stars began to appear in the night sky beyond the windows. Real stars now, twinkling gently against the velvet blackness. Inside, the remnants of illusory stardust still glittered on surfaces throughout the common room, catching the firelight and reminding everyone of their brief journey through an enchanted cosmos created within these familiar walls. Gryffindor Tower had always been a home to its residents, but on this rain-washed evening, as laughter and friendship filled its ancient stones, it felt particularly so. The magic of the afternoon's adventures lingered in memory and in the strengthened bonds between housemates. Even after the glitter was cleaned away and the last magical side effects faded, that sense of shared joy and belonging would remain, perhaps the most powerful magic of all. Outside, the final raindrops slid down the window panes, and the clouds began to part, revealing more stars in the clearing sky. Inside, the fire crackled softly, its warm light embracing the entire common room like a comforting blanket. One by one, conversations grew quieter, laughter softer, as the eventful day drew to its close. But in every heart was the knowledge that tomorrow might bring another rainy afternoon, another opportunity for magic and merriment in the shelter of these stone walls they called home. And in the Gryffindor dormitory, Fred and George Weasley were already whispering plans for their next creation, their next contribution to the life and lore of the tower that had housed so many generations of magical mischief makers before them. The common room might be returned to normal for now, but in the world of Hogwarts, normal was always just a wand flick away from becoming extraordinary once again. Our magical journey through Hogwarts comes to a close for tonight. Now you'll hear the gentle crackling of the common room fire and soothing ambient sounds of the castle to accompany you as you drift off to sleep. These calming sounds will continue without any advertisements or interruptions. May your dreams be filled with magic and wonder, and may you sleep as peacefully as if you were tucked away in your cozy four-poster bed in the dormitory. Good night, dear witch or wizard, until our next adventure in the wizarding world.